faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, I bet every time you see a newspaper headline saying U.S. bombers sink Japanese battleship, you're just as thrilled and as proud as you can be. And when you hear of the exploits of General MacArthur's men, you wish you were old enough to join them and get into the scrap yourself. Well, those of us who are too young or too old to join the armed forces have almost as important a job to do. Our job is to help win this war by providing our armed forces with all the materials they need. Now, how can we do this? Simply by turning all our dimes and quarters and 50-cent pieces into war-saving stamps and bonds. You see, it's the money from the war-saving stamps you and I buy that finances this war, that pays for the guns and tanks and planes and ships needed to beat the Axis to save the American way of life. Now, let's look at the American war effort this way. Just imagine a broad funnel leading into a tremendous machine. Picture a broad, rushing river of nickels, dimes, and quarters pouring through this funnel into the puffing, grinding mechanism. And then visualize a steady stream of ships and planes, cannons and rifles, bullets and shells coming out of the other end. Now, doesn't that make buying war-saving stamps exciting? I'm sure it does. So let's pledge right now to drop our dimes into the American war machine regularly. Let's make up our minds for the duration to do without a few of the things they'd normally want, so that the money we'd spend for those things can be put into war-saving stamps and bonds. Begin now to tell your mother and dad and all the other members of your family that you'd prefer to have them give you war-saving stamps and bonds for Christmas. Tell them you'd rather do without the toys and things you'd usually want, so that America can win the war sooner. And don't forget, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp, because a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman, in his disguise as Clark Kent, Lois Lane, girl reporter, Jimmy Olsen, coffee boy, and editor Perry White have been in the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada, where they've been clearing up the mystery of the headless Indian. Niles Graham, otherwise known as the Laugher, was actually the man responsible for the illusion of the headless Indian. Niles Graham is now dead. In our last episode, we heard how our friends were sitting about a roaring fire in the hunting lodge of Sebastian Beauvais. It was night, and they were discussing the pleasant fact that their troubles were now over, when suddenly a laugh was heard outside the door. Our friends sat bolt upright, their eyes wide with amazement, for it sounded like the Laugher himself. Yet the Laugher was dead. Listen.
Great Scott! Graham!
Nom de nom. It is the Laugher. It is the Laugher come back from the grave. Good evening, Miss Lane. Gentlemen. Mon Dieu.
Clark. It can't be. Graham.
Steady, Lois. Hold on to
Cannot
yourself,
be.
Sebastian. I'm sure it's just another trick.
Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Kent. I am not Niles Graham. My name happens to be Benson. However, I am and have been Mr. Graham's double. Oh, don't you move to that fire poker, Mr. Beauvais, or I shall be forced to drill you with this automatic.
Eh bien, there was no harm in trying.
Where did you come from?
Well, I've spent most of my time since arriving here several months ago in a room in the attic. After Mr. Niles Graham arrived, though, I managed to get about a good deal more. Many times when you thought that you were looking at Niles Graham, you were actually looking at me.
Ah, very convenient for Graham. He could be in two places at once.
I understand that you've got the boys locked up awaiting the arrival of the Mounties. Well, let me tell you that after I've taken care of you, I'll see that the boys go free.
After you've taken care of us?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Why, my dear Mr. Kent, you don't really expect to leave this room alive, do you?
But you can't kill us in cold blood.
Oh, please. Please don't kill us. I couldn't bear to die.
Now, come, Mr. Kent. Take it like a man.
Oh, no, please. I can't stand it.
He's fainted.
Look out, Kent. Oh, blast it all, he's thrown his arms around. And this is the chap for which I pray. How you stand back, you out?
Oh, good for you, Sebastian. Get his gun.
Oui, mademoiselle. I've got it. Poor Monsieur Kent, he's beginning to revive.
Poor Monsieur Kent, nothing. He's always fainting whenever there's danger. So I got to admit, I suppose he saved our lives this time.
Oui, it is the truth. This fat one has come to life again, too. I think we will tie him up and put him in the room with the others.
That's a good idea.
Now, at last, this business is really ended. Now there will be no more trouble.
No, indeed. No more troubles. Thanks to Superman.
No more troubles, Lois? Well, we'll see. It was not long afterward when they were all back home in Metropolis. In fact, it was on the very day that Perry White was to leave the hospital where he had been recovering from the wounds inflicted upon him by the grizzly bear, that new troubles began for our friends. Troubles that were to mark the commencement of a mystery so baffling that even Superman himself had difficulty in solving it. It all began when Superman, in his disguise of Clark Kent, went shopping for a present for Perry White along with Lois and Jimmy Olsen. The three were walking along the main shopping street of Metropolis discussing appropriate gift items.
What I say is, how can we buy anything from Mr. White when we don't even know what he'd like?
We know what he likes, Jim, but he's got everything he needs. The best I can think of is a box of cigars. It makes me almost sick to think of it, too. Seems to smoke the foulest cigars. You got any ideas, Clark?
No, can't think of a thing, really. I've been watching these store windows pretty carefully, hoping they'd be able to offer some suggestion, but so far no luck. Oh, by the way, Lois, everything arranged for the little dinner tonight?
Yes, sir. I got the caterer about an hour ago. Dinner for 4 will be served in Mr. White's penthouse suite at 8 o'clock sharp.
Hey, look at that.
Hey, look at what?
In the window. That statue, or whatever you call it.
That's a plaster cast, Jim.
Yes, a plaster cast of the end of the trail, a famous statue.
The end of the trail.
Mm-hmm. Quite a well-known piece of sculpture of an Indian on a pony. You see how the Indian is slumped over in the saddle, his shoulders bent as if in weariness, his spear held loosely?
Well, gee, it seems to me that's just the thing we ought to get from Mr. White.
Heavens, Jimmy, why a plaster cast of an Indian of all things?
Well, I'm thinking of the headless Indian. Of course, this one has a head, but it sort of suggests the same thing.
Oh, I begin to get it, Jim. You mean it would be kind of symbolic to give Mr. White a plaster cast of the end of the trail in memory of the headless Indian we encountered up in Hudson Bay?
Yeah, that's right. I thought he'd like to have it to remember our adventure at Beauvais Lodge. And I also remember Mr. White was looking for an ornament to put on the table in his library.
That's a nice thought, Jimmy. But isn't that rather big for a library table?
I don't think so, Lois. The chief's table's pretty big anyway. Let's go in and price it. You got a good idea there, Jim.
Gee, thanks. Come on, let's go in.
Okay. We'd like to buy one of those plaster casts of the end of the trail.
Oh, certainly, sir. We've only 2 left out of 10 we got in this morning.
My gracious, you're selling them fast.
Well, these aren't just ordinary plastic casts, you know. They're made by a small shop downtown from a metal form cast by the great sculptor Nino Bonelli.
Nino Bonelli? Well.
Frankly, I'd suggest you take both of them. They make awfully nice gifts, and Xmas isn't far off, you know.
Oh, no, thanks. One is enough.
No, just a minute. How much are they?
$5.98 with tax, of course.
Well, then I'll take the other one. I have a sportsman friend who'd simply adore having something like that in his study.
Very well. I'll have them wrapped separately for you.
We'll want one of them gift wrapped, please.
Yeah,
Very
make
well.
it look fancy. It's for a pretty swell guy.
Goodness, Jimmy, I didn't know that you and Mr. White were such bosom pals.
No, nor did I. He's always screaming at you about something, bawling you out, and just about making life miserable for you.
Well, that's only in the office. Somehow he's different out of the office. Golly, I'll never forget that day I spent with him in the woods. The day he fought with that bear. My gosh, he was such a different sort of a person. He told me all about Daniel Boone and leather stocking, and he smoked a pipe instead of cigars. When that bear came for us and the rifle was empty, he whipped out a hunting knife and battled with that grizzly like he was Daniel Boone himself. Yes, sir, Mr. White's a terrific guy.
Yes, Jimmy really is. We're lucky we've still got him with us.
We certainly are, Clark. We certainly are.
It's good, isn't it?
Well, I've never eaten so much in all my life. That's a wonderful dinner. Wonderful dinner. Well, I must say you certainly surprised me, all of you.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chief.
I am
Same
too.
here.
In the first place, I expected this was going to be a pretty dull night for me. First day home from the hospital, no place to go, just sit around by myself. And then you surprised me with this dinner. To say nothing of that plaster cast at the end of the trail, that's one of the finest reproductions I've ever seen.
Oh, we're glad you like
You
it.
know, I've been looking for something like that for a long time. How do you think it looked on the library table inside?
Oh, great, Chief.
Very becoming. I hope you won't mind, Mr. White. I bought another one for a friend of mine. A Christmas present, you know.
Why, no, of course not. Oh, Jem, I wonder if you'd get me one of my cigars from that humidor over there.
Oh, dear.
What? You say something, Lois?
Oh, no, nothing.
Thought you said something. The cigar, Jim, the cigar. Come on. What are you waiting for?
Nothing, sir, only I filled this pipe for you. I thought you'd like to smoke this after dinner instead of a cigar.
No, I'd rather have a cigar.
I thought while you were smoking the pipe, you could tell us a story about Daniel Boone or Leatherface.
I'd rather have the cigar.
No. Take it easy, Chief. Take it easy. Remember, this is your first day out of the hospital.
Here's a cigar, Mr. White.
Give me the pipe.
Sure you don't want the cigar?
Give me the pipe.
Yes, sir. Here it is.
So, you want a story about Daniel Boone or Leatherstocking, do you?
If you have one, sir.
Oh, I got thousands of them. Yeah, wait till I light this pipe. Mighty good. Sweet as a nut, this pipe. Well, the smell of that smoke sort of takes me back into the woods on that day you and I hunted together, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. That day, as I recall, I told you about Daniel Boone, the long hunt.
Yes, sir.
Well, there's quite a different atmosphere between an apartment in Metropolis and the Canadian wilderness, but I'll see what I can do. I'll tell you a story about Daniel Boone.
Oh, boy, swell.
Well, one time while Daniel Boone was on the long hunt, spending 6 months in the wilderness with only his gun and knife as companions, he came across a band of hostile Indians. They saw Daniel before he saw them, and... What was that?
Came from the library. Come on, we better see what it was.
Why, it was something crashing to the floor.
There must be someone in there. Oh, but nobody could be in your library.
Someone might have got in through the fire escape. Hey, come on. Here we are. Snap on the lights to your left there, Kent.
Right.
Golly. The plaster cast of the Indian.
Oh, for the love of...
It shattered into 1,000 pieces on the floor.
Look, Clark, that French window leading to the terrace is open. The wind must have knocked it off the table.
There isn't any wind. Look at the curtains. They're not even stirring.
Now, wait a minute, Kent. Wait a minute. That plaster Indian couldn't have fallen off the table of its own accord.
But it didn't. It was smashed. Someone entered this room and deliberately swept that plaster cast off the table.
But why, Clark? Why?
Yes, why? That's what I'm asking myself. I'm afraid there doesn't seem to be an answer.
What answer can there possibly be to this strange incident? Who knocked the statue off the table in Editor White's library, and why? A baffling and chilling mystery is just beginning, so tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Yes, fellows and girls, don't fail to tune in tomorrow for another thrilling episode in The Adventures of Superman. And don't forget what I told you at the beginning of this program about the American war machine. Keep on buying war-saving stamps every day if possible, so that your nickels and dimes and quarters will continue to pour into the funnel and come out in the form of guns and tanks and planes and ships. Uncle Sam's soldiers, sailors, and Marines need these war materials to win this war and to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. The American armed forces are doing their job and doing it well. Let us do our part just as well. Remember that every stamp you buy helps to keep the boys on our fighting fronts well supplied. So every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp, because a stamp a day will pave the way for victory.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Uncle Sam presents Wings to Victory.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith, USA. The story of a sky battle over Guadalcanal and how Lieutenant Sam Houston saved the life of his squadron commander in one of the most daring aerial maneuvers possible in combat.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Herb Johnson, USA. The story of a B-24 Liberator bomber in a thrilling raid on Axis battleships trying to intercept a huge convoy bound for the North African battlefront. From the West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, a dramatization of American heroism based on official combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious military reasons, the names of places and characters in these true stories are fictitious. We open tonight's program with a special arrangement of Memories of 1917. Flying men in fighters and bombers are living up to the noblest traditions of American courage in daily combat with the enemy. But a brief time ago, the men in command of these planes were American boys named Tom, Dick, or Harry, no different from a host of youngsters who make up young America. The Army Air Forces selected these boys, trained them as pilots, navigators, bombardiers, and gunners. They are men now, worthy of any who have served and saved this nation in the past. To every young American between the ages of 18 to 26 inclusive, we say, go to your nearest Army recruiting station. If you are physically fit and mentally alert, perhaps you too may join the gallant flying columns who are leading the way to victory.
If you command a squadron of fighter pilots on Guadalcanal, you've got to be a mixture of Hot Pilot Pete, Superman, Foxy Grandpa, and Aunt Nellie. It's the Aunt Nellie role that gets you down. On this particular morning, Captain John Westcott, commanding Fighter Squadron 71, has to be Aunt Nellie. The boy's life may depend on it. So Captain Westcott says a few swear words to himself, waits for a knock on the door of his office in the operations hut. He's sent for Lieutenant Sammy Houston. He's going to have a talk with this young man. It'll undoubtedly be embarrassing, probably won't do much good, but a squadron commander has his job to do.
Lieutenant Houston reports as ordered, sir.
Morning, Sammy. How do you feel?
Okay, sir. What's up?
Oh, nothing. We're in reserve today, which means that we may get a rest until noon.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought I should mention one or two things about your... Well, you're flying.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, Sammy, don't give me that deadpan take-em. You know you've been off the beam lately.
Have I, sir? In what way?
But didn't you turn back and dive into a flock of about 30 Zeros yesterday?
Yes, sir.
That was stupid, just plain stupid.
Was it, sir?
You know doggone well it was. And here's another thing. The armament officer reports that you came back from the last 4 missions with empty gun belts. Did you shoot them all at Jap planes?
No, sir.
Ground strafing, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
That's pure and simple show-off stuff. Well, look, if you haven't any regard for your own life, you might at least think of your ship. We need every plane we've got on this island.
Yes, sir. You're right, sir.
You don't mean that. You think I'm Aunt Nellieing you. Maybe you think I'm in my dotage.
At 27, sir? Oh, hardly, sir.
I hate to get tough about this, Sammy, but if you live long enough to be a squadron commander, you'll understand. The next time you take your ship into too many Japs or shoot up their trenches without orders or daisy cut those palm trees west of the field, I'm going to ship you back to Australia.
Yes, sir. But they tell me that you used to be...
I don't care what they tell you I did. I don't do it anymore. I'm responsible for you kids, and I'm going to keep as many of you alive as I can.
Yes, sir. Is that all, sir?
Yes, that's all.
Got a cigarette, Jack?
Yeah, here.
Thanks. I'll try to be more careful.
Okay.
Young Sammy Houston walks out of the operations hut, shaking his head. He thinks of the pride of place, pomp of power, of what 2 silver bars will do to a nice, lovable chap like Squadron Commander Westcott. It's a soft, quiet morning on Guadalcanal. Marines and doughboys are keeping up their ceaseless duel with Jap snipers beyond Henderson Field. But such obnoxious characters as Whistling Charlie, Willie the Louse, and Mill Train Tojo are sulking somewhere in Jap country, and, for the time being, silent. Lieutenant Houston slaps absently at mosquitoes, walks toward a lean-to, which the squadron uses as a loafing place. The gin rummy games have started. Pilots in khaki shorts and sweat-streaked shirts are playing cards on the tops of gasoline drums.
I always lose.
Hey, Sammy.
Look, you should have played your ace.
Sammy!
Why?
Why? You know why. $1.80 you got of mine. I want to win it back.
Not now, pal, not now.
Don't give me that. You got my dough.
I gotta check some guns, Grimesy, but I'll be right back. Don't go away.
The old man had told him to be careful. Lieutenant Houston feels very self-righteous as he trudges through a dripping palm grove toward his ship. He's told the sergeant to take those guns, but a careful pilot will make sure that it's been done. Lieutenant Houston flies a Curtiss P-40 named Lulu, and Lulu has led a hard life. Her engine and her guns have had practically no rest for days. Quite a gal, this Lulu. Her long snout and painted, toothy grin become visible through the camouflage of her dispersal point.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Sergeant. How's it coming?
Well, I've done about all I can, sir. She really needs some new guns. Her belt tracks are worn bad, and there's quite a lot of breech wear, too.
Well, she hasn't jammed on me.
Take a good look for yourself.
Okay. Don't rear now, Lulu.
You see, right along here, I've put in new belts, and they'll probably feed all right, but you might get a split cartridge case any time.
Yeah, sure enough. Lulu, you're a problem child.
She ain't pretty, but she's tough.
Oh, don't say that, Sarge. You'll hurt her feelings. She's fundamentally beautiful. Her teeth are dirty and her complexion is sort of pimply, but I love her. Don't I, Lulu?
I still say toughness is her main merit, sir.
You've got no eye for real beauty, Sarge.
Jap planes! Scramble!
All planes! All planes! Roll them out!
All planes. That means us, Lulu. Break away the netting, Sarge! Here's your chute, Lieutenant! Yank those stakes! The skipper's waiting!
Ed? Yes, sir. Bob? Ready, sir. Eddie? Check, sir. Joel? Here, sir. Hey, where's Sammy? Hey, anyone see Sammy?
I'm right behind you, sir.
Good. Form on me as usual. 5,000 feet. We've got about 10 minutes. Let's go.
Lieutenant Houston yanks Lulu upstairs. He hears Captain Westcott talking on the radio phone to the commander of Marine Squadron.
What does the Navy say about it, Bill?
It's a big show, Jack. 50 or 60 bombers and about 70 fighters. Coming down the same old groove in 3 layers. 18 to 27,000 feet.
70 fighters? That's not so bad.
Oh, we've had it worse. Well, I turn north here. Watch yourself.
Thanks, Bill. Good hunting. Attention, 71. We're going into those clouds and lay for the bombers. It's our job to bust them up. Maintain radio silence from now on.
Captain Westcott.
Yes?
May I ask Pete just one question?
Go ahead, Joe.
What did you do with the gin rummy cards, Pete?
I hid him, pal.
Where? In a good, safe place?
Yeah, right here, under the seat.
You goof, they're the only pack of cards on the island.
Take it easy, Joe. We'll stop a Mitsubishi and borrow a fresh pack.
That'll do. No more talking.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Captain Westcott leads his squadron into a wilderness of broken white clouds. In close formation, they dodge erratically, stalking the Jap bombers along their expected course. Lieutenant Houston flies number 3 in the leading element. He really means to be on good behavior today. The old man wasn't fooling. Sammy and Lulu must fight a good, sound, orthodox battle. Squadron 71 turns the corner of a sky mountain and then... The old man waggles his wings. He starts downward in a steep dive. Lieutenant Houston and Lulu follow him, the boy watching for that first glimpse of the enemy. There they are, Japs, lots of Japs. Big, fat Jap bombers swimming across the green length of sky and ocean.
Divided up, 4 at the tail, 4 at each flank. Get the gunners, get the gunners.
Right behind you, Skipper, and I'm being careful. Okay, Lulu, now be a good girl.
The B-40s fall upon the Jap formation like winged sharks, darting in, gnawing with hot lead. Skittering away to turn and attack again. Smoke starts streaming from one Jap. Bits of debris fly from another. A third bursts into flame and falls. The fourth dips crazily out of line. And then...
Look out, Skipper! Zeros! Zeros!
All right, boys, let them come. Remember what I told you, Sammy?
Yes, sir.
The boy turns Lulu's nose into the blue. The Zeros come monkey shining across the sky, upside down, barrel rolling, looping, madly clownish, without rhyme or reason. But Lieutenant Houston has fought them before. He brings Lulu almost to a stall and waits for a Zero to flash across his sights. He doesn't have long to wait.
Oh, baby, did that kite fall apart. Now we'll just duck down, Lulu, and... Hey, what's the trouble? Jammed. My guns are jammed. Where's that clearing handle? Look, Lulu, you can't do this to me. Woo! It's close. This handle's stuck. Can't clear my guns. Can't shoot. I better get out of this. We may have done some nutty stunts, Lulu, but we don't stick around Japs with dead guns. Come on, Lulu, we run.
But as Sammy turns to work his way out of the dogfight, he sees Captain Westcott's plane flash by. There's a Zero on Westcott's tail.
Jack! Zero on your tail. Look out, Jack.
Yeah, I know. I can't shake the little baboon off.
I'll get him, Jack. I'll shoot the slant out of his eyes.
The boy tugs desperately at his gun clearance lever. It's stuck fast. The Zero chasing Captain Westcott opens fire. Tracer bullets whiz in vicious arcs around his ship. Captain Westcott turns and twists. He used every trick. But the Jap is good, too. Bullets strike Westcott's ship. Quickly, Lieutenant Houston makes a decision.
I'll get him for you, Jack. I said I would. Come on, Lulu. We're going to rab that baboon and slice him in half.
He puts Lulu into a power dive. He drops at 340, 400, 450. Then he banks. He throws up a wing. There's a crash. He goes staggering off toward the ocean. A hunk of Lulu's right wingtip has been torn off. But the Jap, where is he? The Jap's flimsy kite has been sliced in two. The forward half of the Zero drops like a stone. Its tail comes tumbling after. And Squadron Commander Westcott roars away to rejoin the battle. While Lieutenant Houston and Lulu...
Oh, now, Lulu, behave yourself. You can fly with half a wing. Sure you can. See? Atta, girl. Now you're okay, Lulu. We're going right straight home. Well, why, my gosh, I believe we are. Well, I'd be doggone. Lulu, you are one tough little tramp. Gangway down there. I'm coming home, and I'm bringing Lulu. Lieutenant Houston reports as ordered, sir.
I'm glad to see you, Sammy.
I'm glad to see you, sir.
Thanks. I'm recommending that you be awarded the Distinguished Service Cross.
I shouldn't do that. I don't deserve...
You deserve it. In view of the fact that you saved my life, I suppose that I should overlook my warning. Well, I can't do that. You're grounded for 1 week for reckless flying.
Yes, sir. Is that all?
That's all. Have a cigarette, Sammy?
Thanks, Jack.
Now, a bombardier flying in a B-24 Liberator has problems of his own. He must be a scientist of the clouds. You know, the crew of a Liberator nicknamed She Dood It are still talking about their bombardier, Captain Phil Langan, and that raid on Mussolini's Navy in the Mediterranean. Captain Langan, a science major from Texas A&M and a Ph.D. to boot, should have been assigned to a ship named the Spirit of Euclid instead of She Dood It. In the great battle of North Africa, Captain Langan had little desire to be a hero, and certainly no intention whatever of getting himself talked about. It all started one evening at a new American bomber base in Egypt.
Corporal. Corporal!
Yes, Captain Langan.
Where's Major DeKalb?
I think he's still talking to those British officers in his tent, sir.
That's right, Prof. There's a big powwow on.
Oh, good evening, Benny. Never mind, Corporal.
Yes, sir.
What do you suppose is cooking, Prof?
I've just got a presentiment that Major DeKalb and Colonel Albertson are planning a raid.
Tonight? Why, we just moved in here yesterday.
It'd be typical of them. And I need orientation. The wind is different in this part of the world. The lights and shadows are tricky. If we should operate over the sea, there'll be a distortion of image which will...
Oh, now, Prof. With that bomb sight, you can't miss. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Optically a fine sight, yes. But do you realize that a reflex lag, 1/100th of a second in the bombardier, could throw an error of 26.89 feet at 20,000 altitude?
No.
I've been timing my reflexes. They're definitely slower here than in England. Let me show you my chart.
Captain Langan's presentiment of a raid is correct, even if his reflexes have slowed. Great affairs are moving beyond the confines of this desert airfield. In far-off Gibraltar...
Code for Cairo and Alexandria. Duplicate to Chief Op Nav and Chief RAF. Immediate.
Yes, sir. Immediate.
British Naval Headquarters at Alexandria receives the message. An officer hurries in to the Admiral.
2 convoys, 96 ships, cleared Gibraltar at 19:00 hours. Request air reconnaissance and escort to pick them up at coordinate B6.
Very well. Get me Air Marshal Ridpath on the telephone.
Royal Air Force Headquarters is already humming with activity. Regular patrol planes from Alexandria and Malta have spotted a powerful task force of the Italian fleet putting to sea from Pantheria. Air Marshal Ridpath is checking his available bomber squadron when the Admiral calls him.
Ridpath speaking.
Tony, this is George. Have you received the message from Gibraltar?
Yes. The Italians are on to us.
The devil you say. They're coming out?
Yes. 2 battleships, a heavy cruiser, and several destroyers. What can you do?
Not very much. We can't get to them in time to head them off. It's up to you, Tony.
Well, the Army's grabbed everything of ours to whack Rommel. But we'll do our best, George.
Righto. Good luck.
Thanks. Oh, ring you later and tell you what we've sent. I say, Forbes.
Yes, sir.
Give that new Yak bomber squadron a buzz, will you? We're caught short, and, well, maybe they can lend a hand.
They're scarcely settled, sir.
Well, that doesn't mean anything to the Americans. I wager they can be in the air in an hour. Buzz them like a good chap.
And exactly 60 minutes later, 9 B-24s lift from the desert airfield. Convoys loaded with ships, troops, an enemy task force steaming to intercept them. But what is all this to Bombardier Captain Phil Langan? For Captain Langan, War is algebra. War is trigonometry. War is a target caught on the ground, glass, and hairlines of a scientific miracle called the Norden bomb site. Captain Langan sprawls in the nose of a big, deadly bomber and looks down at 400 square miles of the Mediterranean.
Hey, Prof. Prof.
Yes, Benny?
Major DeKalb just called me on the radio phone. We're about 80 miles from the enemy task force. He wants you to pick the level of attack for the squadron. And we're to be the first plane to smack them. What level shall I give him?
Tell Major DeKalb I think we should reserve judgment until the target is actually sighted. If I were to express it algebraically, I'd say that...
Never mind, Prof. The Major just wants plain English. I'll tell him.
Plain English. There's nothing plainer than a mathematical equation.
Hey, Prof.
Just a moment, Benny. Now, what is it?
Major says hurry up. He's got to report our bombing level to the British. They're going to send some torpedo planes in. Fighters from Malta, too.
Fighters? Oh, Lord, do I always have to contend with fighters?
They'll be Spitfires, Prof. They'll help us fight off those Machias and Smithies.
They're a nuisance. They set up a turbulence and a lateral wash. Couldn't Major DeKalb ask the British to keep those Spitfires away?
I'll find out.
Spitfires, wild hooligans. They think nothing of diving past a man's wing just as he's leveled on a target.
Hey, Prof.
Yes?
The old man says he's very sorry, but he can't hurt the Britishers' feelings. And he still wants to know at what level you think it's best to bomb.
I shall tell him at the earliest possible moment. This is no time for snap judgment.
Okay, Professor.
The Liberator bomber, nicknamed She-Did-It, sweeps on toward the Italian warships. 8 of her sister planes are with her. If those enemy battle wagons down there reach the lightly protected convoys, even Mussolini's discouraged sailors could cause terrible damage. Il Duce has scored all of his naval triumphs against lightly armed merchant ships. Now he might have 96 of them to shoot at. There is anxiety on the bridge of the convoy leader.
Just got this flash from Sparks, sir.
Very well, thank you. Quartermaster, turn 2 points to starboard.
2 points it is, sir.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Some WAP battleships are trying to head us off. Malta reports them on this course here.
Only 2 hours steaming from us, sir.
Yeah, that's right.
Are we getting any help?
Well, they sent out some of our heavy bombers and a few British torpedo planes. It might be enough if they catch them in time, and if they hit them.
I'm afraid that's a big if, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Johnson, I think we'd better give the convoy the attack warning. Have all ships acknowledge and be ready to scatter.
Aye, aye, sir.
There is anxiety at naval headquarters in Alexandria, too. The Admiral eyes a clock on his office wall. He mops sweat from his face.
The plane should have found them now by Stimson.
I'll check with the RAF, sir.
I hope I made it plain enough. We need those convoys. We've got to get them through.
In the Liberator's bomb station, Captain Langan gets a report from a British reconnaissance plane. Its pilot has found the enemy task force and has flashed radio bearings. Langan looks up from his calculations and clicks his interphone.
Penny.
Yeah, Prof.
Kindly tell the Major I suggest we approach on course 17830 true at an altitude of 20,000 feet.
My gosh, at last. Okay, Prof.
Bombardier Langan removes his oxygen mask and wipes his glasses. He calmly puts the glasses back on his nose and the mask back on his face. He then uncovers the Norden bomb site, flicks the dust away expertly with a clean cloth. On his knees now, he glances through the plexiglass window of his greenhouse as the B-24 Liberator tears along at 300 miles an hour.
There they are, Prof. We've caught them. See them, Prof? See them?
Yes?
2 big ones and a cruiser. And 6 destroyers.
Yes, I see them, Benny. Tell the Major that I suggest we slow down to an airspeed of 225.
Uh-oh. They see us. They're shooting. Here come their fighters, Smithies. Dozens of them. Gunners, all gunners. Wipe your eyes. Wipe your eyes.
Why shouldn't I be okay?
I thought maybe that last
Did
word...
Major DeKalb accept my suggestion?
Yeah, I'm down to speed now, but...
Led by She-Dudit, the B-24s rumbled toward the Italian fleet. The enemy battleships, cruiser and destroyer, hurl shells at the Yank bombers. German fighters swarm around them like angry sparrowhawks attacking eagles. She-Dudit is hit repeatedly. She fires back from every turret. But all this is mere sound and fury to the man who crouches in her greenhouse, his eyes waiting for a battleship to appear in the small, square lens of his bomb sight.
Come on, Prof. Drop those bombs.
Have a little patience, Benny. I've got her in the sight now. Hold her on course and level.
She is on course and level, but she won't be long.
What was that? Are you jerking the controls, Benny?
No, they got our number 3 engine, Prof.
Straighten her up a little. No. A little more right wing. There. Oh, this is a splendid target. Now, if you can just follow her a minute longer.
No, they're hitting us, I tell you.
Oh, they've thrown me offline again. Benny!
Prof, another engine just smoked up.
Hold her steady. Are the bomb bay doors open?
They've been open for hours.
Now, just 16 seconds more, Benny. We don't get a battleship every day, you know. I want all 6 bombs to... There! Bombs away!
6 500-pound bombs spill from She-Dudit's belly. Down, driven by speed, trajectory, and fall, they flash in the sun. They scream down upon that battleship. Flame and steel spurt upward from the battle wagon's deck and superstructure. A stack collapses. A turret is wrenched aside as if by a mighty hand. The bridge goes up. 6 hits. 6 perfect hits. The battleship is done for. She stops dead in the water. And then, in waves of 3, the other liberators blanket the rest of the Italian task force. Ah, Il Duce, you should be here. The second battleship is a smoking torch. The cruiser breaks, plunges to her grave. Destroyers bob helplessly in the typhoon of TNT and hot steel. Oh, Il Duce, why aren't you here? In She-Dudit's greenhouse, Captain Langan wipes his spectacles and looks down thoughtfully at the receding plumes of smoke.
Captain Langan.
Yes, Benny?
Major DeKalb has just radio phoned you his congratulations. You got 6 direct hits, and the other boys did the rest. There ain't no more Italian Navy. Oh, boy, did we plaster 'em.
Morituri te salutamus.
Huh? What was that, Prof?
Oh, I just feel a little wistful, Benny. There's a balcony on the Palazzo Venezia in Rome. It would be a beautiful target.
Men speak of Warhawk fighters and Liberator bombing planes, of battles fought above far-off places like Guadalcanal and Kiska, Bizerte and Kunming. They speak in astonishment and pride and awe, as if it were by some miracle our air power had flung itself across alien skies to strike the foe. But these are not far-off places. They're not alien skies. To American flyers, no spot upon the globe is strange. No starry bivouac is new. No trackless path under the sun is foreign. The sky is their own republic. It was discovered through the genius of the Wrights, explored by the pioneer vision of Curtiss, Martin, Boeing, Douglas, and a host of other aerial frontiersmen. Billy Mitchell was their prophet, and bold captains like Rickenbacker and Doolittle led them on silver wings across continents and oceans until the world became a shrunken ball of dirt and water. They scoffed at time and laughed at distance. They flew on until they had carried their white star, their flag, and their dream into that new republic of the clouds. Their dream? Yes, a splendid vision of chasms bridged, between nations, of peaceful commerce, and ordered liberty, and human brotherhood. But now, that ideal is challenged. The German brigand, the Jap pirate, the Italian scavenger are fighting American airmen in their own vast domain. They fight on the stern frontiers of God's high heaven, where only the brave may enter, and only the free men shall stay. It's eagle country. Buzzards cannot endure its sunlight or prevail against its defenders. Look upward. The buzzards are falling with broken wings and bloody eyes.
Sergeant Hal Gibney speaking. This program came to you from the West Coast. This is the Blue Network.
Hollywood is on the air. From Hollywood, California, we bring you a radio preview of the screen's greatest laugh riot, the fun sensation of the year, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, with Dorothy Lamour, inviting you to join them on the road to Morocco.
Here we go again, Junior. We're off on the road to Morocco. This taxi is tough on the spine. Beats the bus, huh, Junior? Beats me. Where we're going, why we're going, how can we be sure? I'll lay you 8 to 5 that we meet Dorothy Lamour. Off on the road to Morocco. Hang on till the end of the line. I hear this country's where they do the dance of the 7 bells. We tell you more, but we would have the censor on our tails. We certainly do get around. Like Webster's dictionary, we're Morocco bound. We're off on the road to Morocco. Look out, well, clear the way, 'cause here we come. The men eat fire, sleep on nails, and saw their wives in half. It seems to me there should be easier ways to get a laugh. We're off on the road to Morocco, and somewhere I feel kind of numb. For any villains we may meet, we haven't any fears. Paramount will protect us 'cause we're signed for 5 more years. We certainly do get around. Like a complete set of Shakespeare that you buy at the corner drugstore for $1.98. We're Morocco bound. Or like a volume of Homer Khayyam that you buy at a department store at Christmas time for your cousin Julia. We're Morocco bound.
Well, the boys may be Morocco-bound, but they're not destined to be stuck away on some musty bookshelf. They're bound for the mystic East, land of intrigue, sultans and sultry women, land of the prophets, And by their 5-day beards, our two fugitives from a soundtrack can turn out a neat bit of prophesying themselves. In that little symphonic poem you just heard them sing, they correctly foretold meeting Dorothy L'Amour. And meet her they do in the person of bewitching Princess Shalmar. Here's Dorothy to sing one of the smash hit tunes from Road to Morocco. It's the very popular Constantly.
Constantly I look for you, no day or two, but constantly. Constantly I wished you near, and now you're here, so close to me. And it isn't magic, and you do exist, for after all, I know when I've been kissed, and you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly. Constantly I look for you, no day or two, but constantly. Constantly I wished you near, and now you're here, so close to me. And it isn't magic, and you do exist, for after all, I know when I've been kissed, and you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly.
Dorothy, that was mighty lovely, mighty lovely. Is it any wonder that when Bob Hope catches his first glimpse of you in Road to Morocco, he decides that greater love hath no man than to give up his best friend for a woman? And not that Brother Crosby isn't equally capable of selling a friend down the River Nile. As witness this scene in a Moroccan version of a cafeteria where our penniless nomads have come to appease their hunger, even though they don't have a dime between them to pay the check. Bob is still seated at the table, giving the meat bones another once-over lightly. Bing stands in the shadows, transacting some unknown business with a huge bearded native. He returns with a pile of money in his hands, and we hear...
Garçon! Who is that, the local bookmaker? Here's 287 kolaks for the little snack, and 5 for you. Get yourself a facial, huh?
Well, come. That little Orville in on this deal. How'd you get the spinach, old boy?
That's a funny thing. A guy I never seen before in my life gives me 2,500 kolaks. That's 200 federal diplomas. Are you listening?
200 skins? Why? What for?
I sold him something.
Well, you've got nothing to sell. We've already hocked your pivot tooth.
Well, it wasn't much, but it was all I had, and was he anxious to get it?
What did you sell him?
Look, Orville, I want you to keep very calm now and don't get excited.
What did you sell him?
You.
Oh, well, for a minute I... Huh? Me? Wait a minute. Get that guy and give him those fish back. What's the matter with you? You can't sell me. I'm not a horse. It's just the way I comb my hair.
I know, Orville. You and I know you're not a horse, but these people are peculiar.
But you can't do that to me. You can't sell me. You don't own me.
Well, no, not now. No, he does.
Well, why would he buy me? What does he want me for?
I didn't ask him.
Wait a minute. You sold me to a zombie like that and you don't even know what he wants me for?
You gotta be careful, Turkey, when you're dicking with these people. You gotta knock them off while they're hot.
Do you know why they buy guys in a country like this? For slaves. They hit you with whips, they put you to picking cotton, they beat you.
Oh, fine thing, Brother Crosby. Selling your best friend into bondage. Standing complacently by while Bob becomes hopeless. Have you no conscience? Well, apparently not. Judging from this delightfully breezy number you sing in Road to Morocco, it's titled Ain't Got a Dime to My Name.
Ain't got a dime to my name. What a terrible shame. Ho hum, ho ho hum. Just found a hole in my shoe and my stocking shows through. Ho hum, ho ho hum. I know that when you're as free as a bird in a tree, life is a wonderful whim. Look at the crank with his dough in the bank. Don't you feel sorry for him? Rolling along at a loss, never gathering moss. Ho hum, ho 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 hum. Take it. I'm no terrific success. I ought to worry, I guess. Oh, hum, oh, oh, hum. I like a shady old tree. What's the matter with me? Oh, hum, oh, hum. There's nothing quite as grotesque as a man at a desk looking outside at the sun. Shirts made of silk and a diet of milk. Maybe he thinks he has fun. I've got the vagabondage. Guess I'll never get rich. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Thank you, Abdullah Qasim Crosby. Truly thou carriest to celestial heights on wings of song. But a word of warning. Beware he who comes bearing gifts. There's a sinister purpose behind Ali Baba Hopa's willingness to let you make love to the beautiful Shalmar. Alas, our words fall on barren soil. For here's Bing pouring out his love to the fair Princess Shalmar with the season's most popular romantic ballad, just as he sings it in Road to Morocco. Moonlight Becomes You.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. Moonlight becomes you. I'm thrilled at the sight. I could get so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so. Moonlight becomes you. What a beautiful view. moonlight and you. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight. Although moonlight becomes you so.
You've been listening to a preview of the year's outstanding musical fun festival, Road to Morocco, starring Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, and Dorothy Lamour. Don't miss this truly grand movie when it comes to town. Laughs galore are in store for you. Brand new hit tunes sung as only Bing can sing them. Romance as torrid as the picture's background, the Sahara. It's gleeful, it's gagful, it's the fun sensation of the year. For a joyous journey in screen entertainment, be sure to take the right road. See Road to Morocco. This is Ken Carpenter speaking. This program came to you from the Paramount Studio in Hollywood.
Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, presents from the 6th Ferrying Group Air Transport Command at Long Beach, California, the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Lee Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Five, tonight's guest, Miss Merle Oberon, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you, Costello?
Hey, Abbott,
What?
I want to ask you a very personal question.
What is it?
Do you think I'm fat?
Well, I'd say you were on the plump side. Why do you ask?
Well, I was over by one of those big hangars. I was standing next to a blimp. All of a sudden, an officer points to me and says, "Look, they're making them with faces now."
Oh, he was just kidding. You know, there's nobody that has a better sense of humor than a flying man.
I know that too, Abbott, because I'm a flying man myself.
What do you mean?
I started flying when I was a 6-month-old baby.
You flew when you were a baby?
Yep. I flew out of my nurse's arms and made a perfect 1-point landing.
No. You mean 3-point?
No, 1 point. My safety pin was open.
Costello, I don't believe you've ever been up in the air.
Oh, yes, I have. I used to be a hostess.
Well, you walked into that one, my friend. For your information, plane hostesses are always female.
This was a male plane.
Tell me, Costello, when was the last time you were up in the plane?
Do you want the truth or my version?
Oh, no. I want the truth.
I think we'd get more laughs the other way.
No. Tell the truth.
Okay, I'll tell the truth.
All right.
I took my first plane ride today. Captain Dick Lassiter took me up in a great big plane.
Tri-motor?
Try what?
I said tri-motor.
Certainly we tried the motor. What do you think we did? Push it?
No, skip it.
I'm not going to get it up in the air and then try it.
All right, forget about it.
Forget about the motor?
No. The other thing. By the way, what kind of a pilot is he? Was he flying blind?
No, he was perfectly sober.
What a dope. Of course he was sober. Well, never mind that. You know, Lou, I wonder what these boys down here at Long Beach do when they go on leave.
Well, I saw a bunch of the boys down at the beach with their girlfriends.
Did they go down there to spoon?
Well, they didn't go down there to wash their socks.
Well, here's Ken Niles. I've been waiting to see you, Ken. I was wondering what your wife thought of the picture we made last week.
That's right, Niles. What did she think of my acting?
Well, I don't mind telling you that she absolutely raved.
She raved, eh?
Yes. They took her away the next morning.
What's so funny about that? Did you make that up yourself?
Yeah, out of my head.
You certainly are.
I
hate that
well,
guy.
I know you do, but quit arguing, Costello. I want to hear more about the picture. Did you read any reviews, Ken?
Yeah, sure. The Druggist Weekly gave the picture 4 aspirins.
See what happens, don't you?
He's got the band framed up.
Certainly he's got the band framed. That wasn't a funny line. There was nothing funny about that, brother.
Oh, can you imagine that?
Listen, Ken, I read all the reviews. And even Mrs. Roosevelt mentioned our picture in her column.
What did she say?
She said, my day was ruined. That's the one line I don't know why they got it in.
Yeah, wait a minute, look. Lou, didn't we get any compliments at all?
Oh, sure. We got one cheer that I remember.
Where from?
The Bronx.
The Bronx?
You know, in Hitler's face without music.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we should give up the idea of producing our own pictures, although...
Don't you be silly.
No.
Perfume Pictures Incorporated is here to stay. And I'm ready to start another picture right now. Push the button for my secretary.
Okay. Hey. What's the idea of a horn for a buzzer?
She used to be a waitress in a drive-in.
Oh.
Oh, boss, I'm sorry I was late this morning.
Are you doing anything tonight?
Why, no, not a thing.
Then try and get here on time tomorrow morning.
A fine secretary. How did you get a job here?
I used to be in pictures. I played in The Way of All Flesh.
What part did you play?
One of the meatballs.
Everybody gets laughs but me.
All right. Have patience.
By the way, do I have any appointments today?
Yes, sir. At 12 o'clock you have an appointment with Hetty Lamar.
What am I doing after that?
Me, he asked.
Mr. Costello, could I speak to you for a moment? Why, it's Botsford Twink, our soundman. What's on your mind, Bots? Well, I want you to know that I was terribly hurt because I wasn't in your picture last week with Carmen Miranda. After all, if you're looking for new faces, look at me. My face is new, isn't it? Oh, very new. In fact, your whole head has only been slightly used. Please give me a chance, Mr. Costello. I really do have a lot of talent. You know, I do most of the voices in all the Leon Schlesinger cartoons for Warner Brothers. You don't tell me. Yeah, for instance, here's a little Porky Pig.
This is the way I talk when I play Porky. That's all, folks.
I'll play Porky for you for $1,000. What are you talking about? Warner Brothers don't pay you that. I know, but pork has gone up.
What else do you do, Botsford?
Oh, did you ever hear Bugs Bunny? I have a carrot here, so I'll give you a little sample.
What's up, Doc? What do you say, Tubby? What's cooking, huh?
Of course, if you use Bugs Bunny, you'll have to use my wife, Mrs. Bunny.
But we can't use 2 rabbits in our picture.
Well, we couldn't separate them. That would be splitting hairs. Well, if you can't use the rabbit, maybe I could furnish some of the musical background. I can imitate an electric organ. Listen. It's clever, ain't he? Do you call it an organ? Now listen, Botsford. I can't use any of that stuff in my picture. Now, will you get out of here? Now look what you did.
No.
Now look what you did. Every time you yell at me, I get the hiccups.
Well, when you yell at me, he gets that.
Why do you yell? How did I know? Did I know that when I talk loud, he gets the hiccups?
Costello.
Did I know that?
Well, don't yell at him. Do
All right.
something for the poor fellow.
Please, Botsford.
I said, talk nice to him.
Botsford, I'm talking low and easy. Now, take it easy. No more hiccups.
That brings him out of it.
Does it? I didn't know that. All right, take it easy. How do you feel? Better now. Oh, you do? I feel fine. Oh, am I glad of that, Abbott. Now, let's get back to this picture. But, Mr. Costello, are you sure you can't use the organ? Botsford, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't...
Please.
Started him again, didn't you?
You see what I told you?
I don't know what I'm doing. Get him out of here!
Hey, Lou Costello.
Oh, yes, Niles.
I want to ask you something. Do you know anything about winter sports?
Are you kidding? I'm one of the best ski jumpers in the country.
Really?
Sure. Last winter at Lake Placid, I made my biggest jump.
Yeah?
I climbed up to the top of the slide. Thousands of people were looking up at me.
Yeah?
And when I leaped into the air, I went down at 60 miles an hour, and I made a sensational jump of 200 feet.
200 feet?
Yep. And I could have even gone further if there was snow. Oh, much better tonight. Thank you.
Lou, I know another good skier, and his name is Dick Duras, and he's one of the finest skiers in the world. In fact, he's so good that the government asked him to give instructions to ski troopers in lightning-fast mountain warfare. Dick knows his smoking, too. He said, quote,
I've smoked Camels for years. They have the full, rich flavor that I want in a cigarette. No matter how often I smoke, Camels never tire my taste, never get my throat.
Unquote. Yes, and with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, too, according to actual sales records in the stores where they buy cigarettes. Try Camels yourself for steady pleasure. You'll like the way they hold up, wear well, pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. The reason is extra flavor. And you know Camels always have more flavor. Better yet, Camels combine flavor with extra mildness. The extra mildness that goes with slow burning and cool smoking. One reason for that is costlier tobaccos, blended as only Camels know how to blend. Now remember, you're the one who's doing your smoking. Your throat and your taste will tell you.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. Lead Stevens, the orchestra, and the Camel 5 with a new treatment for an old tune by the light of the silvery moon.
By the light of the silvery moon, do I want to spoon. To my honey I'll croon love's tune. Honeymoon, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon.
Costello, we can't hold up production on your new picture any longer. Now, we've got to get a leading lady. How about giving that secretary of yours a chance? She has blue eyes and blonde hair.
And a Supreme Court figure.
What do you mean, a Supreme Court figure?
A Supreme Court figure?
What do you
No
mean?
appeals. Oh! Besides, I phoned Merle O'Brien about playing a leading part.
You did?
Yes. I picked up the receiver and I said, Merle, darling. Merle, sweetheart. Merle, my love.
And then?
Then I dialed her number.
Merle O'Brien. Merle O'Brien would be swelling our picture. You know, and I sent for a new fashion designer.
What is this that just popped in here?
What happened? Well, now, wait a minute. I sent for a new fashion designer. Is that it?
Now he's in. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm your new fashion designer. Pierre, you Pierre. To my friends, I'm P.U.
You said it, brother. Hey, get a load of that guy's hair. He's a male Veronica Lake.
Pierre, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Costello?
Thank you, sir.
You are just the man I'm looking at. I've not seen you in a long distance.
Get the way his hair hangs over his face. Pardon me, Pierre. Was your mother ever scared by a sheepdog?
Oh, come on. Leave the man alone. We've got to get him to design Miss O'Brien's clothes. Now, no more remarks about his hair.
Looks like a palm tree in a high wind, doesn't it?
Well, Mr. Costello, I admit that my hair is a standing joke.
Well, it needs a new switch.
I don't know what's wrong there. Keep quiet. We must have Miss O'Brien's wardrobe designed before she gets here. Pierre, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, not at all. You know, the main thing is color harmony.
Color harmony? What's that?
Well, it's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink bag, you would not wear a green dress, would you?
Oh, gracious, no! I wouldn't dare! Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
All right, come on, never mind.
What kind of line is that to give me a big man?
Forget it. Skip those things. Come here, Pierre. Now, with a shortage of materials, how about something plain for Miss Oberon to wear? We'll call it a defense dress. How about that?
How about making it out of barbed wire?
That isn't defense.
It ain't exactly an invitation.
Go ahead, Pierre. Suggest a dress for Merle O'Brien. Something that she can wear in our picture.
Well, being a brunette, I would suggest that I make Miss Oberon a gown of apple green with a peach skirt, lemon trimmings, plum ruffles, an orange belt, and a tangerine scarf. Huh?
That ain't a dress. That's a fruit salad.
Nevertheless, that sounds fine. Now, what about Merle's hat?
Well, the hat should be very simple but very smart. Do you think the boys in camp here would like Miss Oberon in a hat that has 3 roses and a ribbon on the side? Huh?
No, they'd rather have 4 roses with a chaser on the side. Now, get out of here and I'll design the clothes myself.
Oh, Costello, you can't design clothes.
Is that so? I just invented a lady's leg paint that takes the place of stockings. It even covers the knees.
It disguises the knees?
You said it. You can hardly recognize the old joints.
Well, we let Merle Oberon design her own clothes for the picture. What do you say?
Yes, and I'm just the girl who can do it.
Now listen, kid, you keep out of this. Look who it is. It's Merle Oberon.
Merle, I'm overjoyed.
I'm overcome.
I'm overwhelmed.
I'm over here. Merle, I've always been in love with you. You're so beautiful. Can I give you a kiss?
Well, all right, but just one. Lou, where did you learn to kiss like that?
I used to be a bugler in the Boy Scouts.
Now, look, if you folks don't mind, we'll go over the script of the picture that you are going to play tonight. It's a story of the knights of old. Merle, you play a beautiful princess.
And you wear a hoop skirt.
A hoop skirt?
Yeah, a hoop skirt. That's a parachute with legs.
Costello plays the part of a knight. He's in love with you.
I thought knights were tall.
Well, kid, on account of daylight saving time, the nights are getting shorter.
As the first scene opens, Merle, you're in the palace, awaiting the arrival of your lover. You are playing the organ.
Organ? Like this? Botsford, didn't I tell you that you couldn't be in this picture? I started it again.
Don't shout at him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking nice and easy. Relax. Take it easy. All right, Botsford.
Shout at him in a moment.
I'm talking nice. How easy can I talk?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, Botsford. Very sorry.
I'm okay now, Mr. Costello.
Oh, I'm glad you are. Now, keep out of the picture.
You did it again.
Don't yell at me. Botsford, I'm sorry.
Will you please put a gag in his mouth?
Put a gag in his mouth. Yes. If I had a gag, I'd tell it myself.
Come on, let's get back to this story. Costello, as a knight, your costume is a suit of armor.
That's right, Lou. You wear an iron coat, an iron vest, and iron trousers. In fact, you wear a whole iron suit.
Where do I get it pressed? At Lockheed?
Now, your suit may become rusty, so you better keep yourself well oiled.
I'd have to be oiled to make love to you in an iron suit.
Merle, you walk out on the balcony.
Yes, and I sneak right up to it.
How'd you get across the moat?
I caught the guard with his bridges down.
Then we have the big scene where Costello serenades you with a song of love.
And, Lou, I will drop a flower on you.
In a mad moment of love?
No, in a pot.
Now, Merle, you signal that the coast is clear. And Costello, you climb the balcony. You reach Merle's side. You're panting from the long climb in that suit of armor. Yes, that's it. Now, you gaze into her eyes. Remember, this is your big chance. Never mind, no more pants. Never mind that. There's emotion in your voice. As you stand there in your iron suit, what do you say to her?
Hey, kid, have you got a can opener?
Here's Connie Haynes with a Camel 5 with a new Roomba from the pen of Cole Porter. Hasta luego.
In a small cantina on an island far, Senorita Lena
sang a song to a hot guitar. All the ding-dong dandies used to gather about when the lovely Lena, Lady Vina, would give in and give out. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And that's mucha good luck, sweetheart. Once they'd married Lena, and her rich old guy moved to Pasadena, where the best people go to die. But when she'd collected all his copper preferred, back to her cantina, lovely Lena went flying as she purred. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart. Ay, hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Oh, hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Perfume Pictures Incorporated presents the great costume drama entitled The Brave Knight Cut Off the Dragon's Tail, or The Dragon Isn't Waggin' Anymore. The beautiful Princess Guinevere is played by Merle Oberon. Lou Costello is the brave knight Sir Porterhouse, and Bud Abbott is his good friend Sir Loin. I play the part of the king. As the scene opens, the princess and I await the arrival of two brave knights in our kingdom. Curtain. Greetings, brave knights. Kindly approach the throne.
Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Sir Loin, Knight of the Bath from Saxony.
And I am Sir Porterhouse, Knight of the Bath, from Constantinople. What kind of words did I give you?
Constantinople?
Yeah, Turkish bath.
Greetings, brave knights. I'm the Princess Guinevere.
And who are those beautiful dames with you?
They are my ladies in waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Quiet, Costello.
Oh, Sir Porterhouse, you must save our kingdom. The people are angry. They're clamoring outside the gates of the palace. Just listen to them clamor.
Clamor, clamor, clamor. Clamor.
Did you hear that? The people are revolting.
They certainly are.
No, the people are starving. They have not eaten in 5 days.
Oh, they should try and force themselves. They gotta eat. But, my dear princess, have we no food?
Alas, no. The dragon has destroyed our crops.
You mean all our corn is gone?
Yes, there's only enough left for this program.
What's so funny about that? What a fresh princess.
Listen to the people shouting. They have been shouting for 5 days, but I dare not speak to them.
I will speak to the people, Your Majesty. Open the door. I'll make a speech. People of Saxony! That got him.
Now, my dear princess, just what do you desire us to do?
My dear knight, for several years now, my father has been bothered by a terrible dragon.
Why doesn't he pick up his feet?
You don't understand.
You don't understand. Nobody understood that.
Today, the dragon is coming to carry off the Princess Guinevere.
You must save me from this mean monster, Sir Porterhouse. He's a very mean beast.
Okay, kid.
He has 2 heads, one at each end.
How does he sit down?
He can't. That's what makes him so mean.
Well, don't be mean. Don't worry, princess. All right, I'm allowed one mistake, eh? I am not afraid of nothing. One time I climbed up a tree and I bagged a ferocious tiger.
You went up a tree after a tiger?
No! He came up after me!
But you said you bagged him.
I did bag him. I begged him to go away, but he wouldn't.
Hey, what happened?
Well, I snapped at the tiger snapped at me, and suddenly something whizzed past me.
What was it?
Pomona.
Pomona? Talk sense, will you?
Then my uncle came to my rescue, and I finally brought that tiger home stuffed.
What was he stuffed with?
My uncle.
Oh, Your Majesty, the dragon is almost upon us. He's coming to get the princess.
Quick, princess. Button up my iron suit. Wait a minute. Just a minute. I thought you were a princess.
I work the swing shift on the side.
Costello, look at that thing belching smoke and fire. Is that the dragon?
It ain't a smudge pot. I'm getting out of here.
It's too late. He's got us trapped.
Here he comes. Now do what he does. Do exactly what he does.
Right.
He's staring at you. Stare back at him.
I can't. Cockeyed. I can't do it.
Quiet. He's roaring at you. Roar back at him. That'll scare him. Wait a minute. Now he's wagging his tail.
That lets me out.
Look out! Look out, he's going to charge!
He's going to charge? How much?
Oh. Quick, grab him. Private gunman.
There's a fancy line. Grab him by the gullet. Grab him by the gullet. By the what?
The gullet. The dragon's neck.
Let him neck. What do I care about their love life? Give me my sword. Give me my sword, somebody. I'll cut his nose off.
But how will he smell?
That is something that should only interest another dragon.
Look out, he's coming at you. Be careful, Costello. Your back is turned to him.
He's coming up behind you.
I know it.
He got me.
Where did he get you?
Well, if I was wearing a license plate, he would have got off the last 3 numbers. Hey, he ruined my suit. My good iron suit he ruined. You nasty dragon. Get out of here!
Oh, don't do that. Don't yell at me.
What is with this?
How can I do the... How can I do the dress?
Watch my twink. Now, stop. Stop. What can I do to keep you quiet, Botsford? Will you cut it out? I'm sorry.
And it's your own fault for hollering at him.
There's only one thing that'll cure my hiccups. If you let me kiss Miss Oberon.
Oh, very well. I'll kiss you. If only you'll stop those awful hiccups.
Go ahead, Botsford. Kiss her.
Okay. How do you feel now, Botsford?
Oh, I feel fine.
But, what?
That's all, folks.
Some tunes you whistle for a while and then forget, and others stay with you for years. I think the ones you remember are the ones that have character. I believe that goes for cigarettes, too. We say that Camels have character, and we back that up with the thousands of smokers who have stood by Camels for 20 years and more. We think it's true that more people have smoked Camels longer than any other cigarette. Try Camels and see for yourself. Try them in your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your own proving ground for cigarettes. Your taste will tell you that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps make Camels hold up day in and day out. Makes the second pack better than the first, and the third better than the second. Your throat will tell you about mildness, too. It's the best judge you'll find. Yes, Camels are mild, cool smoking, slow burning, because they're expertly blended of costlier tobaccos. Your throat and your taste will tell you.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Here's more news about the Camel Caravans, those traveling shows which entertain the men in the Army camps. 32 performances of the Camel Caravan units will be given to men in the training stations throughout the coming week. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really been a thrill for Bud and me to do this program from the Ferry and Command Air Base here at Long Beach. And an added thrill to be here with Merle Oberon.
Thank you, Lou. I had a wonderful time, and it's been lots of fun.
That's right, Merle. And we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Colonel Ralph Eastbake, Lieutenant Colonel John P. Frame, Jr., and their splendid staff of officers for the opportunity to make this visit.
Next week, we'll be back in Hollywood on Thanksgiving Day. In addition to the regular gang, we'll have as our guest Herbert Marshall. And we do hope you'll all join us. Until next Thursday, Bud and I wish you all a very pleasant good night.
Present 4 great shows each week. Tomorrow night, the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. Saturday night, Thanks to the Yanks with Bob Hawke. Monday night, Blondie. And next Thursday at the same time, Abbott and Costello with their guest, Herbert Marshall. Our broadcast this evening was from the 6th Ferrying Group, Air Transport Command at Long Beach, and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department, as they do not endorse any product. The Army has also requested us to make this announcement to all men of 18 and 19. There is a serious need for young men. So serious that the Army is willing to let men of 18 and 19 choose whatever branch of service they desire. Go to your nearest Army recruiting office or induction station tomorrow. Learn about the jobs the Army has open in 13 different branches, all explained by men who know these jobs inside and out. Listen to the Camel Caravan tomorrow night with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. And now this is Ken Niles wishing you all good night.
Mister, if you've got a pipe that's biting you, why, it just means one thing. Your pipe's hungry. Yes, sir, hungry for Prince Albert, the mild, rich, tasty tobacco that won't bite your tongue because it's no bite treated. PA's crimp cut, too, for easy packing and stay lit burning. Around 50 pipefuls in every handy pocket package. Get Prince Albert tonight. You'll see why men call it the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Temple Intervenes, a new serial play by Francis Durbridge, produced by Martin C. Webster. Episode 4, A Warning from the Marquis.
Paul Temple, the celebrated novelist and private detective, is investigating a series of murders committed by a notorious criminal known as the Marquis. With Sir Graham Forbes, the Chief Commissioner of Police, Temple visits Kellaway Manor, a deserted mansion house about 14 miles from Bevonsey, which is suspected of being the headquarters of the Marquis. While the Chief Commissioner and Temple are searching the house, they hear from outside a warning cry from Superintendent Bradley.
I see them, please.
That's Bradley.
What on earth? Let's go outside. What's he say?
We can't hear you. He's pointing to the fence. Man alive! They've electrified it.
Electrified
What a damn fool. I ought to have thought about that as soon as I saw the fence.
But what's the idea? It only means...
It means that we're trapped. It means that whatever happens, we've got to stay close to the house.
But why?
Why? Why, don't you see? They haven't been working on the telephone wires. They've been laying a mine.
What?
Laying a mine, Sir Graham. And we're on top of it.
A mine?
Yes, look. Look here, sir.
Great
Look
Scott,
at the lead.
I believe you're right, Temple. There must be a powerhouse somewhere in the woods. That's how they electrified the fence. And that's how they'll... We've got to get past that fence. Whatever happens, we've got to get past it.
Come on, Sir Graham.
Righto.
There must be a powerhouse somewhere, sir. Turner was leaning up against the fence when the juice was turned on. He's in a pretty nasty condition, sir.
Poor devil.
Get back up the hill, Bradley, with your men. Tell Ross to do the same.
Quickly, Bradley.
Yes, very good, sir.
Now, what are we going to do?
There's only one thing we can do. It's our only chance. Now stand back, Sir Graham.
Why the revolver?
Now stand back. Damn it. Yes. Stand back.
Good man, you've broken the top wire.
Now look out. If I hit the second one, he might spring back.
You've done it. Come on. Come on.
Mind the bottom wire. Look out. Get down in your face. Get down, get down.
Are you all right, Temple?
Yes.
Phew, that was a near thing. It's a good job we were not in the house.
Yes.
Here's Ross and Bradley.
Graham, are you all right, sir?
Yes, we're all right.
Thank heaven.
It's a good thing you got clear of the house, sir.
Yes.
You know, this fence wasn't electrified when we arrived here. I'm sure of that.
No.
There must be a power and control house, and it's quite obviously somewhere in the wood.
Yes, and if you want my opinion, sir, they've been watching us.
Watching us?
Yes, with binoculars. Otherwise, how the devil could they time that mine? And incidentally,
Incidentally, the best thing you can do, Bradley, is get the men together and make a thorough search of the wood.
Oh, very good, sir.
You too, Ross.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Temple and I are going back to the inn.
But what about Slater, sir?
Now, you can take Slater along with you. Report to us later at the Silver Swan, you understand?
Yes, sir. Well, we'd better let Turner know.
Yes.
I wonder what Steve's been doing while we've been nearly electrocuted and blown to smithereens, eh?
He's probably spent a very gay evening. The summer edition of Punch.
Yes, I shouldn't be surprised at that.
Perhaps you'd like to see this, madam. It's the summer number of Punch.
Oh, thank you.
Would you like something to drink, madam?
No, thanks.
Oh, good evening, Sir Felix. I'll be with you in just 1 second.
Thank you. Why, Mrs. Temple, this is a surprise. Fancy meeting you here.
Hello, Sir Felix. What are you doing in this part of the world?
What am I doing? Oh, I beg your pardon. You know my housekeeper, Mrs. Clarence.
Good evening, madam.
Hello, Mrs. Clarence. How are you?
Well, I'm much better now, thank you, although I have been poorly.
You better go with Tom, Mrs. Clarence.
Yes.
Give it to Mrs. Clarence, Tom. She'll take care of it.
Yes, very good.
Mind you do take care of it, Tom.
All this sounds very mysterious.
I know the landlord here. He's letting me have a case of whiskey.
I see.
But you haven't answered my question.
What question, Sir Felix?
What on earth are you doing at Devonshire?
Oh, no. That was my question.
Oh, I've got a country house. I suppose you call it an estate, really. It's about 6 or 7 miles away. Green Sea House. So I'm frequently in this part of the country.
I see.
Oh, I beg your pardon, madam. There's a gentleman to see you, Sergeant Morris.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I'll be off. Goodbye, Mrs. Temple.
Goodbye.
If you are down here for any length of time, don't hesitate to look me up. I should be delighted.
Yes, we shall. Thank you.
Green Sea House.
It's in the car, sir.
Oh, thank you, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Temple.
Goodbye, Sir Felix.
Sergeant Morris is at the side entrance, madam. I think you should go to the smoking room.
Right, I will.
Mrs. Temple?
Yes?
Sergeant Morris, madam, and Detective Gleason. Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
Mr. Temple asked us to pick you up and take you down to Keystone Crossroads.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's all right, Mrs. Temple. It was rather out of their way to come back to the inn, so we volunteered.
Oh, thank you very much.
We've nearly done the 10 miles. Yes.
I say, isn't it about time that we reach...
Keep your mouth shut. Don't ask any questions.
What is this? Who are you? What are you going
You heard what I said. Keep your mouth shut and don't ask any questions.
Stop the car! Stop this car!
Look out, Rex! Look out!
Why, you little devil!
Don't hit her. What our instructions are.
And then, for Pete's sake, let's get rid of her.
Not yet. Not yet.
You don't stop this car! Help! Help! Somebody help!
Heaven's sake, stop her! I can't drive with that damn noise.
Keep quiet, you little... You hear me? Keep quiet and I'll...
Please, let
Okay. We've done the 10 miles. Thank heaven for that. Get out.
Leave me alone. I'll get out myself.
You can easily find your way back to the Silver Swan, Mrs. Temple. It's 10 miles and a pretty straight road.
What's the meaning of this?
When you get there, give your husband this letter and take care of it. Take care of it, Mrs. Temple, because it's important. It's from the Marquis.
Well, she's not in the garden. Apparently, she's not in the lawn.
That's very odd.
Oh, have you seen my wife, waiter? We arrived here about...
Yes, sir. Mrs. Temple left the hotel about 3/4 of an hour ago, sir. Sergeant Morris called for us, sir.
Sergeant Morris?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean, Sergeant Morris?
Sergeant Morris, sir.
Oh, my God.
What did he look like, this man who called himself Sergeant Morris?
Well, he was about your build, sir. Rather good-looking, and is anything the matter, sir?
No. No, nothing's the matter.
Hello, Sir Graham.
Hello, Temple. Why, what on earth are you doing down here, Story?
I came down to see you, Sir Graham, and...
That's all right, waiter.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what is it? What's all the excitement about?
Oh, I've been so worried. Hellishly worried. You see, I knew that you were all coming down here, to Bevonsey, I mean, and this morning I discovered...
What did you discover?
I discovered that Sir Felix Rayburn has a house near here. Greensea House.
That's interesting.
Greensea House?
Yes.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
But would the gentleman mind moving his car, please? It's rather awkward.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course. Yes, certainly. I shan't be a second, Sir Graham.
Right, sir. Do you think that's true, Temple, about Sir Felix?
I don't know. But if it is true...
If it is true, then it explains a great deal, I'm thinking.
Oh, yes, here they are.
Oh, come in, Inspector. Why, hello, Steve.
Hello, Sir Graham. Hello, darling. Well, aren't you pleased to see me?
Why, Timothy, Steve, what on earth have you been up to?
What have I been up to?
I say, Ross, you aren't by any chance this mysterious Sergeant Morris, the waiter was telling us about?
No, sir. We picked Mrs. Temple up about 4 or 5 miles back. She was walking. Apparently a couple of damn fools took her out in the car and, well, more or less dumped her, as far as I can gather.
Did you recognize them, Steve?
No, but they gave me this letter. It's for you, darling. I opened it.
What's it say?
It says...
It says, next time will be different. That there will be no next time, Mr. Temple, if you are wise and do not interfere. The Marquis.
The Marquis?
Yes, the Marquis. Well, did you find the powerhouse, Ross?
The superintendent did, sir. A small brick building about 1/4 mile past the house. It was deserted when we reached it.
I see. Where's Bradley?
He's making a further search of the woods, and then he's reporting back to town.
Good.
Paul, did you know that Sir Felix Rayburn...
And has a house near here? Yes, oh yes, Steve. In fact, Mr. Story made a special journey down from London.
For the express purpose of telling us all about it.
Mr. Story?
Yes.
Is Mr. Story down here, then, sir?
Yes.
Did he tell you what it was called? The house, I mean.
I think he said Greensea House.
Yes. Yes, that's right. That's what Sir Felix said. Greensea House.
I should slow down soon, Temple. We can't be very far away.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to say to Sir Felix? I mean, you just can't say you've dropped in for a cup of tea.
Well, hardly. It's nearly 8 o'clock.
I don't give a damn what you say to him. But what I do know is this. If, up at the house, you so much as set your eyes on anyone who abducted Steve, I'll have a warrant out for Sir Felix before you can say Jack Robinson.
Oh, here we are. Slow down. It's on the left. Well, that's the house, I should imagine, through those trees.
Pretty impressive looking, isn't it?
You can wait for us here, Sir Graham, and give us a quarter of an hour. And if you don't hear from
Then
us...
we'll storm the Bastille.
What? Are you okay, Steve?
Yes.
Oh. It'll take us 4 or 5 minutes to get up the drive. Now, you better make it 20 minutes, Sir Graham.
Yes, righto. Good luck, Temple.
Okay.
I can't see the bell, darling. You?
No. There doesn't seem to be one.
This torch isn't very good. What we need is a new battery.
Well, it's not really what you'd call very dark.
What was that?
What?
This...
It's only a dog, darling. Somewhere at the back of the house.
Paul, what are you doing?
I'm looking for the...
What is it?
The door's open. Give me a torch.
Darling, we can't go in.
Don't be silly.
Paul, I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. Come on.
Look, there's a door on the left.
Yes. Hello there. Anybody at home? Hello there. Anybody at home? It seems deserted.
Paul, don't you think we ought to go back to Sir Graham?
It's all right. Just have a look in here.
Well,
Empty. Looks like the library.
full of detective novels, I suppose.
Yes, I expect so.
Oh, touch that, darling. You made me jump.
What do you mean?
You touched my hand. Look, Paul, don't you think it would be far better if we went back...
Steve, what are you talking about? I didn't touch your hand. I was standing over here.
Don't be silly, darling. You're touching it now. Why? What?
Don't move. Don't move.
What is it? Paul. Paul, what is it? What are you staring at?
Don't move. Don't move, Steve. Just near your left hand, there's a snake. For God's sake, don't move.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! I'm Silver! Hi!
Along the main street of a town called Carson, a man walked with long, determined strides. His eyes were hard, his lips pressed, and a 6-gun swung within easy reach of his hand at every step. Struggling vainly to match the man's strides was a 12-year-old boy. Store loungers and townfolk eyed them curiously as they passed. Then, as they sensed what was about to occur, they slowly followed the man and the boy up the street.
Pop, is it true?
What, Tim?
Are you really gunning for Vince McNary?
Go home, son.
Pop, I gotta know. Pop!
I said go home.
Vince McNary's a dead shot. He'll get you for sure.
You don't understand.
Sure I do. Wendy Peters was your best friend.
And Vince McNary shot him.
Oh, I like Wendy just as much as you. But, Pop, I don't want you killed, too.
Here's the cafe. You stay outside, son.
Pop!
I'm looking for Vince McNary. I'm looking for Vince McNary.
Here I am, Grant.
I'm inviting you to draw, Vince.
You're might overheated. Have a drink and cool off.
I'm waiting.
So am I. For an explanation.
Wendy Peters went out to Trailer Maverick last night. This morning I found him near the water hole. Shot in the back.
What's that to do with me?
I found a lot of fresh hoof prints near the water. And a break in the fence where you brought your longhorns of my land for a drink.
You ought to make sure you're facts.
I'd know your gunplay anywhere, Vince. I couldn't be more certain you killed Wendy than if you'd branded him with your double D iron.
Call off your dogs, Grant. They're barking up the wrong tree.
You need the water, my ranch, bad. So bad you thought murder would scare me into selling out.
It was a mistake, you're putting them fences between our two properties.
It's a bigger mistake to shoot a man in the back. I'm inviting you to brush leather, Vince.
Your hand's hanging kind of close to that 6-gun, ain't it, Grant? Figuring to jump the draw?
I'm figuring to draw with you on equal terms. That's more than you deserve.
Sure you won't swallow this drink first?
I'm on to your stalling. From now on, we'll talk with shooting irons.
If you won't swallow this drink, Grant, take it in the face.
That was as low down a stunt as I've ever seen, Vince. Yeah, throw lick on a man's face so I can't see, then shooting him. Yeah.
He was aiming to jump the draw.
Grant says he wasn't, and I'm for taking his word. Comes pretty close to murder, if you ask me.
Pop! Let me through. Let me through. Pop, say something. Pop! He's dead. He's dead. I'll make it up to you, Pop. I'll avenge it. I swear I will. I swear it.
A week later, at a lonely spot in an arroyo some miles from town, 2 horsemen met. One was Vince McNary. The other was a hard-faced man with small, beady eyes. His name was Hawk.
You got here prompt, Hawk.
Yeah, came as soon as I got your message, Vince. Why didn't you arrange for us to meet in town instead of this forsaken hole?
I didn't want you seen. You never been in Carson. Nobody there knows you.
What of it?
You'll savvy in a minute. I got a job for you.
Any connection with the Grant shooting?
How'd you know about that?
Well, I hear things.
Matter of fact, there is. Grant left a will bequeathing his ranch to his motherless kid.
You hankered on that ranch yourself, Vince.
Yeah, but Grant refused to sell.
He didn't scare easy, either.
What do you mean?
Even murdering old Windy Peters didn't frighten him off.
I ain't said that.
You don't have to. Don't look so worried, Vince. Your secret's safe with me.
It better be.
Reckon you want Grant's ranch bad, huh?
Want ain't the word, Hawk. I got to have it. The kid owns the only water hole for miles. It's fenced in so my steers can't drink.
I heard about that.
If I don't control that pond mighty soon, my stock will sicken and die.
If you hadn't swindled them steers from Grant's neighbors, they could drink when they please.
That's enough, Hawk.
Kind of touchy tonight, ain't you?
You keep on rubbing me the wrong way, and I'll touch your leather.
Easy, Vince. What's on your mind?
I want that ranch.
Getting it from the kid should be like taking candy from a baby.
You don't savvy. I want it legal.
Legal?
People in these parts already riled at me for that liquor shooting of Grant in the cafe. If I tried to take the ranch by force, they'd hang me from the nearest tree.
Yeah, but you ain't figuring on the kid selling it to you.
No. I'm figuring on you selling it to me.
Me?
In his will, Grant gave his brother power of attorney. That means he'll be the kid's guardian and handle his affairs.
Well, what's it to do with me?
The brother lives in Denver. Nobody in Carson's ever seen him, not even the kid.
Yeah?
He's coming on the next stage to supervise the ranch. But I have a feeling he won't arrive.
I savvy.
I thought you would.
I can see where it's up to me to make this brother disappear so as I can come in and take his place with his credentials.
That's a doggone nice ranch.
Yeah. And when I sell it to you, you'll be about the richest man in these parts. I should get a nice cut out of the deal.
You'll be taken care of. If you follow orders.
All right, Vince. Let's have them orders.
The afternoon stage for Carson reached one of the small way stations. A short stop for watering the horses gave the lone passenger a chance to step out and stretch his legs.
I'm going to get out for a spell.
Pardon me, mister. Is your name Grant? Jed Grant?
Yes, why?
Brother of the man that died recent?
Yes, I'm on my way to take charge of his ranch.
Got a message for you.
A message?
I can't tell you now. Somebody might overhear. There's a patch of trees behind the station where we can talk.
But
You want to know about the kid's danger, don't you?
Danger? Why, yes.
Well, then come on.
If anything happened to that boy, what kind of danger's he in?
You heard of Vince McNary?
Vince McNary? He killed Tim's father.
That's right.
You don't mean he plans to harm Tim, too?
Well, not personally.
Why, I don't understand.
Vince aims to take over the kid's ranch.
He does, huh? Well, I'll put a stop to that.
Yeah, Vince figured you'd be ornery. You'd be in charge of the kid's affair. So he's arranged for you to meet with, sudden death.
Murder?
Yeah. Then it'd be easy for the killer to pretend he's the kid's uncle and sell Vince the ranch dirt cheap.
So that's his scheme.
Here's the trees.
Who's the man he hired to kill me?
Me.
What? You?
Don't make a sound or I'll drill you.
You tricked me.
I had to get you off here so them hombres at the station won't see what'll happen.
And I thought you were a friend.
That was the idea.
You smooth-tongued...
Easy. Hand over your credentials. Your stage ticket.
You can't get away with this. The stage driver and the guard know me. They'll recognize you as an imposter.
The stage changes hands at the station for the run to Carson. The new driver and guard won't know the difference.
Well, they'll hear your shot. You'll be caught and hanged.
I don't aim to shoot you here.
What do you mean?
Vince's boys are behind them trees, waiting to take you to the hideout while I occupy your seat on the stage.
And later?
We'll see.
Late the next day, an Indian dressed in buckskin made camp in a ravine a few miles from the Grant ranch. Suddenly he heard hoofbeats and saw a boy, his small waist weighted with a gun belt and two heavy six-shooters riding toward town. Fast overtaking him was a man on a black horse. The boy was Tim. The man was Hawk.
Come on, Prince. Don't let him catch us.
Hey, up!
Faster, Prince, faster.
Pull up that horse, Tim, or I'll shoot.
We're heading for town, and you can't stop us.
I'm your uncle. You take orders from me.
I don't like you. You leave me alone. Come on, Prince.
You stubborn maverick.
Let go of that bridle. Let's go, I tell you.
Oh, horse. Pull up there.
Let me go. Let me go.
Get off that horse.
I won't. Fritz was my pop's horse. He's mine now.
I reckon them 6 guns were your pa's, too.
Well, I reckon they were. And I'm gunning for Vince McNary.
Now, Ted, there's no use having trouble between us. Ain't you young to be greasing leather?
I'll show you.
Say, that's a pretty fast go you got there.
You bet it is. I've been practicing. And I can shoot as fast as I can draw.
Yeah. Reckon Vince McNary hears about that, he'll plumb scare green.
He better. I'm aiming to drill him between the eyes for double-crossing my dad in a gun duel.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Give me them guns.
Stop it. Let go. Those are my shooting irons.
I'll take them.
My papa's let me carry him. You ain't got no right to take him.
Now, you young whippersnapper.
You give gun back.
What?
An Injun.
Where'd you come from? Get out of here. I won't have a redskin telling me what
You give gun back.
Well, shoot it.
Doggone.
Why, you meddling Injun.
Well, you get up. Here your gun, Tim.
Gee, thanks.
Now, you go.
Yeah, go on, run along.
I'm going. And it's for you, Uncle. You keep your distance and keep your hands off me. You won't get another chance to take these guns away from me. Get up. Get up there, boy.
And you go now.
I'll meet you again, Redskin. And when I do, you won't get me off guard. Remember that. Get up.
Ho, Silver, ho. You come in nick of time, steady big fella.
Tonto, I saw you fighting. Who was the boy?
Him called Tim.
Tim, huh? He's the son of the rancher, Vince McNary, shot in a cafe.
Him want to fight Vince in gun duel.
Why, it'd be suicide. Vince McNary is a crack shot.
Well, Tim plenty good, too. Him shoot crow from tree.
That was the shot I heard. And that boy's in danger. Vince McNary wants his ranch.
Vince plenty bad.
The man you saw with Tim was Hawk, a notorious gunman.
Boy call him uncle.
Are you sure? I heard Tim's uncle arrived on the stage yesterday to act as the boy's guardian.
Hawk not guardian.
No. Something's happened to the real one. Something planned by Hawk and Vince McNary.
Hawk make believe him guardian.
It's easy for him to pretend. Neither he nor Tim's uncle are known around here. We've got to find the real uncle. It's our only chance to expose the masquerade.
Me hunt for him?
Ask Kimosabe. I'll keep an eye on Tim.
Come, Scout.
Steady, big fella. Meet at the camp. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Silver! Ahoy!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Continue our story. In the back room of a cafe, Vince McNary and Hawk completed their plans for swindling Tim of his ranch, unaware that a masked man who wore silver-mounted 6 guns listened carefully to every word.
It's a Lone Ranger, huh?
Yeah. I'm sure he's a masked hombre I saw riding up.
If he should learn you're fake as a kid's uncle...
Yeah, he won't.
He might find the real Jed Grant.
I've got him hid.
Why don't you drill him and be done with it?
I'll handle that, Vince, when I got my cash. Don't aim to be double-crossed by you. You just pay me, then I'll see there's no witnesses against you or me.
Yeah, you'll get your pay.
When?
As soon as we can get to the sheriff and close our deal. I'll pay $2,000 cash for the ranch, and you'll use that power of attorney and sell it to me.
$2,000? Well, it's worth 10 times that.
I'll pay $2,000. When I know Jed is dead, I'll give you $2,000 more. I want to be sure he won't talk.
He won't talk. And after I'm paid, he won't be able to talk.
But what if he escapes?
He won't. You're as nervous as a woman, Vince.
Yeah, I've got a lot at stake.
Well, just shoot square with me and you'll be all right. But remember that no man ever crossed me and lived to brag about it.
Meanwhile, in a small shack located in an arroyo not far from town, Jed Grant, whom Hawk had kidnapped, sat tied to a chair. Nearby, 2 hard-faced guards passed the time amiably.
Yeah, your deal, Lefty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, you better cash in after this hand, Rube. Open?
Yeah. Give me 2 cards.
1, 2. I'll take 3.
You looked at the prisoner lately?
Yeah, he's safe.
Wish Hawk would hightail it up here and finish him. This place is getting on my nerves.
Well, I haven't got much, but I'll call you.
2 pair.
3 little ones.
They win.
Yep.
Now, that's enough for me. Put away the cards.
You know, I don't see why Vince wouldn't let us drill Grant in the first place. He'd have stopped Red long before this.
Hawk is being paid for the job.
Guard!
See what he wants, Rube.
Coming.
These ropes are cutting my wrists.
Ain't that too bad?
How much longer am I to be kept tied like this?
Quit beefing. We'll cut you loose when the time comes.
Yeah, we won't have need of them ropes then. You'll be dead.
Oh, you murderers!
Button your lip.
Oh.
Open your mouth on a wrong word again. I'll let you have it for keeps.
Hey, Rube.
What is it?
I smell smoke.
Smoke?
Yeah, it seems to be coming from the front.
We better have a look. If this shack catches fire, it'll burn like paper.
You not make sound.
What? Who are you?
Me Tonto. Me help you escape.
I don't understand.
You not talk now. Me cut rope. Then come back plenty soon.
There's a fire, Rube. It's spraying out of that window.
I'll get water.
One of the guards is coming.
You almost free now.
Lefty.
Yeah.
Come here, quick.
Look, a redskin, huh?
There. You free now. You come quick.
No, you don't.
You not stop us.
I'll fix you.
You miss.
We'll miss again.
He saw you. Take that, too. Are you come?
I'm right with you, Tonto.
Now, we may get away fast.
The ropes are getting away.
They won't get far.
Get him up, Scout.
Racing toward the Lone Ranger's camp, the sturdy Paint, despite his double burden, soon outdistanced any thought of pursuit. Then, with the masked man and his powerful white stallion in the lead, Scout resumed his stride toward the sheriff's office. Conferring with the sheriff were Vince McNary and Hawk, posing as Tim's uncle and guardian.
So you're Tim's uncle, eh?
Yeah, that's right, Sheriff.
And legal appointed guardian, too, with authority to handle the kid's affairs.
We wanted you to witness the sale, Sheriff, so there wouldn't be doubt about it being lawful.
Yeah.
I reckon you're right at that. Folks around here have been plenty riled at your shooting Tim's father in the cafe, Vince. If they thought there was anything underhanded about your buying the boys' ranch, they'd skin you alive.
Now, this sale's on the level, Sheriff.
Well, you see, Sheriff, Tim's father left a lot of unpaid bills. And selling the ranch is the only way we can settle the accounts.
Well, ain't nothing to stop you, as long as you got papers to prove who you are.
Here's my credentials.
Seems to be in order.
Sure, dear Sheriff. Just sign here as witness to the sale.
Right. I suppose my suspicions can't stop me from signing.
Sheriff.
Well, as I live and breathe.
My name is Jed Grant. I'm Tim's uncle.
He lies. He's an imposter.
Sheriff, this here's Jed Grant.
Hold on. McNary, either you're a fool or you think I am. That man's a spitting image of the man who was killed.
You're right, Sheriff. Tim's father and I were twins. That man held me prisoner. He stole my credentials.
Now it's clear as crystal. McNary, this is more of your work. You framed it so as you could buy the ranch for a song.
Those papers...
They prove you stole them. You're under arrest. Now, how about it, McNary? You going to squeal?
I didn't have any part in this. I didn't know this man was an imposter.
Liar.
I didn't, and you can't prove I did.
Not unless that crook talks.
Yeah. Not unless he talks.
Come on, Silver.
Several hours after Hawk had been thrown in jail for impersonating Tim's Uncle Jed, Vince McNary returned to the jailhouse. Under cover of darkness, he made his way quietly to the rear of the adobe building, and picking up a small stone, he rapped on the bars of Hawk's cell window.
Hawk.
What is it?
Keep your mouth shut. I'll bust you out of jail if you're convicted.
I ought to tell the whole thing. You got me into this.
And I'll get you out. But not if I'm in jail with you. Keep your mouth shut.
Three days later, at their camp a few miles from the Grant Ranch, Tonto reported the newest developments to the Lone Ranger.
You're early, Tonto.
Judge sentenced Hawk to jail.
That leaves Vince McNary still free.
Why him not jail, too?
I persuaded the sheriff to release him.
Well, me not savvy.
Vince is guilty of a bigger crime than swindling. He killed Windy Peters.
Oh.
We can't prove it unless Vince is free.
Kimasabi. Me bring note.
Oh, it's from Tim. And it's addressed to Vince McNary.
You read it.
The challenge to Vince to meet Tim in a gun duel in the cafe tomorrow at noon.
That's right.
Why, Vince McNary is a killer. The boy won't have a chance.
Tim plenty good shot.
Why did you bring me the note, Kimosabe?
Tim want you to deliver note to Vince.
It would be murder. Wait. We may be able to use this note after all, and without risk to Tim.
What you mean?
It's a chance to expose a murderer, Tonto. Listen.
Following the Lone Ranger's instructions, Tonto took Tim's note of challenge to Vince McNary. Then he saw that word of the duel spread through the town. In no time, the gunfight became the primary subject of discussion.
Tim will be on hand tomorrow at the cafe. He's shooting it out with McNary.
Gunfight?
Gunfight, my eye. It's murder.
Kid won't have a chance. Oh, boy.
Tim dismounted in front of the cafe. He tossed the reins over the hitch rack and tugged at the heavy gun belt on his lean hips. His face looked old, far beyond his years as he mounted the cafe steps and crossed the porch. He pushed through the swinging doors. He noticed the sudden hush of the voices.
I'm looking for Vince McNary. Well, McNary?
I haven't finished my drink.
Remember what I told you, Vince.
Give me a chance, Sheriff. The kid'll drill me.
Pull a gun on the kid and I'll drill you.
I'm gunning for you, Vince.
Take it easy, Tim.
Looks like he's turned yellow, boys.
I'm inviting you to a draw, Vince.
Maybe I'd have thrown liquor in the kid's face like he did his pa.
Yeah, then you could shoot him while he couldn't see.
I'll show you.
Remember, Vince.
Oh, blast you, Sheriff. You got me over a saddle. If I shoot the kid, you'll shoot me. And if I don't shoot the kid, he'll shoot me.
This is your last chance. Brush leather or I'll shoot you down like you did Pop.
That's telling him, Tim.
No, let me out of here. Let me through. I'll make a break with this 6-gun.
He means it, boys. No, you'll not go.
Take your hands off me, Redskin.
You stay here.
You asked for it, Injun. Oh!
Jump into the Jehoshaphat. That masked man shot Vince's gun right out of his hand.
Let's give that murdering polecat Vince McNary a taste of his own medicine, eh, boys?
No, Sheriff. Sheriff, they'll kill me. Help me, Sheriff. Help me.
Hold it a second, boys.
No, don't let him get near me.
McNary, take your choice. I'll walk out of here and let the crowd have you, or I'll take you with me to jail.
Oh, no, don't let him lynch me.
How about jail? The mob won't get you there.
I ain't done nothing.
You can confess to murder. Wendy Grant was murdered.
Self-defense.
It was murder. You know it was. Now take a chance on a jury giving you life in jail, or I'm walking out of here and leaving you.
Go ahead, Sheriff. Leave us alone. Let us have the varmint. Leave him here with us.
All right, boys. He's yours.
No, Sheriff, don't leave me here. I did it. I'll tell you.
That's enough, boys. He's confessed.
My dad's revenged.
That masked man's responsible for this. He framed me.
The Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war, and soon, throughout the country, you will meet that same fine Lucky Strike tobacco in Lucky's smart new uniform. It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Each week at this time, you play for war bonds and encyclopedias with 4 almost authorities. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muff, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information, Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information, Please.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Ladies and gentlemen, Information, Please continues on its unrehearsed and spontaneous path. The spontaneity tonight being provided by the veteran trio, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Levant, and Mr. Adams. Our guest tonight was to have been Ethel Vance, the novelist, but a sudden illness, not serious, we're glad to say, has made it impossible for her to be with us. And instead, we are very glad to welcome the famous novelist and distinguished public figure, Mr. Louis Bromfield. Now, we're going to begin with a question from Eleanor Prine of Oakland, California. And this has to do with recent unusual acts that you may have read about in the papers. Tell me what each one is associated with, and let's get 2 out of 3. The first act is the ringing of church bells. I have 4 hands. Mr. Bromfield.
Well, in England, the only time church bells are rung is at time of victory during war. And on account of the victory in North Africa, they've been ringing the church bells.
Yes.
Up to that time had been silent.
Yes.
That's wrong, Mr. Fetterman. They had reserved the ringing of bells for an invasion by Germany, and this was the first time they withdrew that order, and to commemorate the victory in Egypt.
Yes, that is more nearly accurate, Mr.
It is accurate.
Mr. Bromfield. I stand corrected, Mr. Levant. It is accurate. Because Mr. Bromfield gave us the right association, but he forgot to say that it was supposed to have been reserved for the conceivable invasion by the Germans. That's right. Now, what's associated with a light cruiser attack? A light cruiser attack. Mr. Levant.
Mr. Bromfield can correct me now. This has to do with Guadalcanal.
Go ahead.
Is this the one where the San Francisco, the flagship, of which the late heroic Callahan, Admiral Callahan,
Righto,
led with right into a battleship, blazed away at a superior ship with superior guns?
Yes. What was unusual about the formation of this battle, Mr. Kieran? Want to go on with that story?
Boise you're talking about?
I beg pardon?
The Boise?
No.
Boise arrived here today. It couldn't have been the Boise.
No, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been that ship. It was the most famous recent victory of the Solomon Islands, in which
13th, 14th, and 15th of November.
Yes, our light cruisers went down, as you remember, a double lane of Japanese ships firing at either side of them and doing very darn well for themselves. That happened only, what was the date, Mr. Adams, when this occurred?
13th, 14th, 15th.
Yes, a three-day battle. Now, how about the unusual act of the renewal of a contract? The renewal of a contract recently has been in the news. Whose contract? In association with what?
Have we been picked up?
Pardon? Mr. Kieran? Mr. Kieran, you don't read the sports news?
Oh, Leo DeRocher.
DeRocher.
Oh, I gave it to you, though.
Yeah.
Yes, Leo, what's the story, Mr. Levant?
We won't know the real story, except that he emerged after 55 hours and said he was signed and he wasn't supposed to gamble or swear or do anything anymore except be a leader of 9 men.
Mr. Kieran, is there anything more to add to that story?
Tell you the truth, I wasn't even looking.
Don't know anything about Leo DeRocher?
I saw he was signed, and I let it go at that.
Well, he was signed as player manager. Is there anything unusual about that, Mr. Kieran?
Well, he's getting on, and he'll have to reduce.
But
no, I don't know if he has to reduce. I have to reduce.
It'll be tough to find ball players.
Pardon?
It'll be tough finding ball players.
Well, maybe that. Yes. All right, now how about this one from Jesse G. Ham of Columbia, South Carolina. We have to get these book titles of books of the last, year or two at the most. And the book title in each case was taken from a portion, the first one was taken from a portion of Polonius's farewell speech. Can you give us a book title, a novel, I think, Mr. Kieran?
This Above All.
Very good, Mr. Kieran. Who wrote it?
That I can't
Eric
say.
Knight.
Eric Knight, Mr. Adams reminded. Well, that's all right. Mr. Eric Knight, who's been on this program, as a matter of fact. How do the lines go, Mr. Kieran?
This above all to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man.
Nice going. Now, how about a recent book title taken from The Mikado? Taken from The Mikado. I get four
You're a sap,
dumb
Mr.
looks.
Jap.
Pardon?
You're a Jap, Mr. Sap. You're a Sap, Mr. Jap.
That's not taken from The Mikado. Mr. Adams?
No.
It doesn't occur to you.
Who wrote it?
Adams.
Innocent Merriman.
Yeah. Adams, don't you read your own books?
Not for $3, I don't.
Mr. Levant?
He's waiting for the moving picture.
Say it ought to be it's a very good title for a moving picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
Innocent Merriman?
Cast it, will you?
Goldwyn should only be listening. How about a song by Jerome Kern?
What about it?
Recent book title was taken from it. Mr. Bromfield.
The last time I saw Paris.
Yes, very good. Who wrote it?
Elliot Paul.
Elliot Paul. Well, that gives us 3 titles out of 3.
It was the reverse. The song was out before the book.
That's what I say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'm in reverse.
You mean the book was out before the song?
No, you're wrong. The song was out long
You mean
before
I'm
the
right? The song was out before the book.
Yeah,
Mr. Paul took his title from the song.
Mr. Hammerstein's title, you said.
Mr. Hammerstein's title. Well, that's what I said. Now, how about this one from Patterson Fourier of Pasadena, California? This is a musical question, a rather interesting one. It seems that painters and composers sometimes choose the same titles for their works. I want you to identify the pictorial artist who used the title
associated with each of these selections. You're going to hear 3 of them. Now, a pictorial artist of one kind or another used the same title as the title of this work. Let's have the first. I have 2 hands. Mr. Levant, would you start us off?
Well, that's Arabesque of Debussy.
Yes. Now, you have to give us the name of the
Mr.
artist.
Bromfield will do that.
Mr. Whistler.
Is Whistler a painting called Arabesque?
Quite sure.
Can you describe it?
Oh, that sounds like a ballet. The ballet man, Degas.
Did Arabesque?
I don't know.
So.
His
That's
pupil.
the figure of the ballet.
No, I don't think so. Now, you may be right, Mr. Bromfield. I am not guessing because I have the information here.
I think.
How about another guess? Matisse. Matisse painted a picture called Arabesque. Are you familiar with it, Mr. Bromfield?
No, I know what you mean.
What's happened to Matisse, anyway?
His son's on 57th Street.
Well, that helps. We're getting nearer to him.
No, as a matter of fact, I think he's in southern France.
He is in southern France. How about the next one? I have 2 hands. Mr. Adams?
That is Barney Gogol and was done by the untimely, lately Billy DeBeck.
Yes, the well-known cartoonist, Billy DeBeck. That's right.
Late
artist. Recently died. That's quite right. Mr. Levant, were you going to say anything to the contrary?
I was going to sing it, that's all.
Well, I'm glad I called on Mr. Adams. All right, now the third and last. Mr. Levant.
That's the Nocturne in E-flat of Chopin.
Yes, and what pictorial artist?
I don't know, Mr. Bromfield.
Mr. Kieran?
Well, a series of nocturnes by James Abbott McNeill Whistler.
That's right. Mr. Bromfield, that would be right, wouldn't it?
That would be right. I love
Yes.
second grade.
Well, we got 2 out of 3 on that. Now, how about this one from Mrs. L.M. Friel of Rochester, New York? What famous trial, all these trials took place since the advent of a well-known murderer named Schicklgruber. What famous trial was held in each of these cities? The first trial is Riom, R-I-O-M, Mr. Bromfield.
The trial of Daladier, Renault, Leon Blum, all of
Gamelin.
former.
Yes. What were they being tried for?
They were being tried for the responsibility of losing the war for France by bad organization and bad production and so forth.
Yes.
War guilt.
A war guilt, yes. A put-up job,
Actually,
of
it turned into a boomerang, and Mr. Hitler was only too glad to call it off because Pétain turned out to be the one who was responsible more than anybody in France.
Yes.
You know why that was?
No.
He was a minister of war during 34 and so forth and forgot to prepare. That forgetting, I think, was a peculiar act of not
Very
forgetting.
peculiar, yeah. Bit of amnesia. How about a famous trial that took place in Washington? This was fairly recently, too. Mr. Kieran?
The 8 chaps who landed here on a submarine.
What did you call them?
Saboteurs, or proposed saboteurs.
Yes.
Who were sabotaged, 6 of them.
Yes.
Very successful.
Well, what happened to them?
They were executed.
That's one of the happiest stories with a happy ending. I'd like to think of that. Yes, the famous trial down in Washington of the Nazi saboteurs. Now, how about a famous trial in Berlin? There's 2 since
I know that.
Mr. Hitler. Mr. Adams?
One for the fire of the Reichstag.
Yes. Who was being tried? Mr.
Somebody who didn't do it.
Van der Lubbe and Georg Dimitrov.
Yes. And what happened to each
Van
of
der
them?
Lubbe got killed. He was supposed to be an idiotic Dutchman. Blabbering, blithering, booming, that kind.
Say, he can alliterate.
Well, I used to have an identification with Van der Lubbe as a joke. It worked out badly for me.
And how about Dimitrov? Whatever happened
Dimitrov
to him?
became president of the Third International.
Oh, you
He
see
was
that, too?
exchanged, actually, with a Russian prisoner, a German prisoner and a Russian prisoner exchanged.
Yes, that's quite right. And that, too, like the Riom trial, Mr. Bromfield, was a put-up job on the part of the Nazis. Quite right. That gives us 3 trials out of 3. 3 trials, no errors. Say, that's rather good. How about this one from Mrs. Ronald Brown of Cleveland Heights, Ohio? Can you identify these brothers who didn't show the proper fraternal spirit? In the first case, one brother slew the other in a quarrel over who should rule a newly founded city.
Romulus and Remus?
That a boy, Mr.
How did I know that?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I think that's because I was in Cincinnati Wednesday and I was thinking of Cincinnatus.
That's possible. I don't follow, but it might be. Which one slew the other?
Take your pick.
You take a pick. Mr. Bromfield.
Romulus slew Remus.
Romulus slew Remus, yes. Now, how about one sort of sissy half-brother who always told on the other. Who was that? Always told tales about him, Mr. Kieran?
You mean a half-brother that was in Tom Jones?
No.
Well, he was a...
The Tom part is all right.
The Iron Mask.
Yeah.
The Iron Mask told on the other boy.
Are they half-brothers?
Oh, the Mark Twain book.
Go
The Prince
ahead.
and the Pauper.
No, you got
Tom
the wrong
Sawyer.
book.
The Tom-
Yeah.
oh, I don't
what?
know.
I'm mixed
Sid.
It's terribly mixed up.
Tom and Sid.
Tom and Sid, yes.
That's right.
I don't think I can give you full
No,
credit
not
on that. Now, here is a case in which two brothers nearly lost their lives because they failed to take the precautions urged by a third. A third brother, that is.
They nearly lost their lives. I know two who did lose their lives.
That's better still.
Well, two of the three brothers in the King of the Golden River.
I don't know the story.
Oh, you don't know that?
No.
Great story.
Do I have to resign, John?
Give us $50 war
That's
bond.
wonderful.
It used to be in McGuffey's Reader.
I've never read McGuffey's
Would this
Reader.
be the two famous Alexander brothers in England? One of the Admiralty, the other...
No.
Well, they almost lost their lives. They were very courageous.
No, the ones who almost lost their lives, I'm sure that Mr. Kieran is right about those who did lose their lives. But the ones who almost lost their lives, and that, after all, is the question, are the two little brother pigs in the Three Little Pigs. Remember? So I think that sends a $50 war bond to Mrs. Brown and a set of the encyclopedia. And now here's Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story of what makes a better cigarette can be told in just two words: fine tobacco. For make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At auctions all over the South, year after year, we consistently select and buy the riper, lighter, milder Lucky Strike leaf. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1. In choosing your own cigarette, take a tip from the experts. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war, and soon throughout the country you will meet that same fine Lucky Strike tobacco in Lucky's smart new uniform.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross. That took 58 seconds.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
And now a question from Mrs. H.P. Hubbard of Encinitas, California. Gentlemen, I'd like you to quote a line from each of these poets, I'll name them, a line that expresses admiration for some woman, any woman. The first is Shakespeare. Now, all you have to do is give me a line or two in which he expressed himself favorably about some gal or other. Mr. Kieran is the only one to... Mr. Kieran?
Well, who is Sylvia? What is she that all the swains adore her? And so
Yes,
nothing
a
fair and
whole lyric
what is she?
in praise of Sylvia. Very good one. Mr. Bromfield, you have another tip of your tongue?
No, I'm not on Shakespeare.
Well,
Quotations always.
remember the famous one, age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety.
Infinite variety.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Now a line from Byron in praise of Mr. Bromfield.
It's a beautiful line. She walks in beauty like the night.
Yes, what's the next
one?
line?
One beautiful line of all time.
It is a lovely line, and the next one is almost as good.
And I can't tell you the next one.
Mr. Kieran.
In something in quiet
starry
skies.
skies and cloudless climes.
Yeah, cloudless climes and starry skies. That's
and
right.
all that's line of dark and light meet in her aspect and her eye.
Yes, it's a lovely quatrain.
Very
One of the best, as Mr. Bromfield says, that Byron ever wrote. How about Wordsworth, a line of praise of a woman from Wordsworth? Mr. Adams?
Oh, woman in her hours of ease. That's Scott.
Mr. Kieran.
A perfect woman, nobly planned to warn, to comfort, and command. There's a whole poem. Those are the last two.
Yes, and she certainly sounds like a dull gal from that poem.
She was a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon
Yes.
my sight, a lovely apparition, etc.
Thank you very much. Well, that gives us 3 gals out of 3 and sends us on to a question from Norman Dine, New York City. This is about insomnia. It's a musical question. Identify the victim of insomnia who is mentioned in each of these selections. This combines your two favorites, insomnia and music, Mr. Louvain. You should be fair on this one. All right, let's have the first. Mr. Adams.
That is when you're lying awake with a dreadful headache.
That's right. Who says so?
The Lord Chancellor, I think, in Iolanthe.
That's perfect response, Mr. Adams. Very good. And now the second insomniac. I have both Mr. Bromfield and Mr. Levant. Mr. Levant?
This has a double intention. This song says, I want to fall asleep so I can dream about you, by Irving Berlin.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep.
That's right.
That's the
right.
way.
You want to
Thank
sing
you.
it, Mr. Bromfield?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll try a competition.
It's beautiful. Go ahead. It's from this is
From
the
what?
Army.
From This is the Army, yes. The private sings it. And now the third and last. This is kind of tough one. I've got both Mr. Bromfield
Give
and
it
Mr.
to
Levant.
Mr. Bromfield. It's a tough one. I'm not
It's a
sure
tough
of it.
one.
All right,
I'm not
Mr.
sure of it.
Bromfield.
Go ahead.
I think I'm right. It's one of my favorites. It's one of the Goldberg variations by Bach.
That's right.
Favorite.
And they were written by Bach at the request of a rich man called Goldberg who lived, I believe, in Dresden.
He's still
To
rich.
put him to sleep every night.
That's
and
right.
Bach wrote a whole suite, a whole series. They're very beautiful.
Yes.
They put me to sleep very often on long gramophone.
They put whole audiences to sleep, and they don't play them very often.
Now, that's enough plugs on this program. Yes, that's a perfect response, Mr. Bromfield. It's exactly right. Is there anything to add to that, Mr.
It's
Levant?
very unusual for Mr. Bromfield to know that. I want to compliment him. It's a really very recondite piece.
Praise from Sir Oscar.
That's
There you
right.
have it. All right. We did very well on that, gentlemen. Now, how about this one from Frank Shippey of Palo Alto, California? Oh, gee, Mr. Kieran, this is about birds. It says here common birds, too. I don't suppose you care to answer anything about a common
birds
bird.
of Abyssinia?
No, Abyssinia. What common bird has the following scientific name? I shall do my best with this Latin. Passer domesticus. Passer... Why, Mr. Adams. Yes, Mr. Adams.
The sparrow.
Yeah. Very good. What kind of sparrow? Ordinarily known as...
Tame sparrow.
Yes, Mr. Kieran?
Ordinarily called a house sparrow.
House sparrow, or the
It's
domestic
the one
sparrow.
that's imported from Europe to this country.
It's the southern fried type, isn't it?
It's the one in Catullus.
Catullus? English sparrow in Catullus?
On the death of a sparrow.
I don't know whether that was a common or ordinary English sparrow that they had in Catullus. Maybe so. Now, the next one's a little
Roman
harder.
sparrow.
Here it is. The Planesticus migratorius. I get no hands but Mr. Kieran. Mr. Kieran.
Well, as a matter of fact, of course, that's the robin, but they changed those.
They don't go so fast. What do you mean, of course, that's the I don't know this.
Well, it used to be Mariella migratoria migratoria.
Why, of course. Well, that's different now that you make it all clear. Yes, the robin. What does Planesticus migratorius mean, Mr.
Well,
Kieran?
Planesticus is the name of the genus, and migratoria is just a migratory bird,
Yeah.
that's all.
Planesticus means plain dweller. Migratorius, as Mr. Kieran tells us, means traveling around. Now, the third and last is really a tough one. Melanerpes erythrocephalus. Is that your hand shivering there, Mr. Adams?
How do you spell that first word?
Melanerpes? Melanerpes. Melanerpes.
That stumps me.
Go on.
Is that a
Mr.
bat?
Kieran.
A bird, a common
A
bird?
bird, terribly common. Oh, pretty common. Does that stump you? How about erythrocephalus? Does that mean anything?
That's a red-headed something.
Now, what sort of a red? What
Well,
sort of
we
a
have
bird?
red-headed woodpecker.
Keep quiet. That's enough. Red-headed woodpecker. Right. Perfect response, Mr. Kieran.
Well, we don't have the red-headed woodpecker common, in fact, it's quite uncommon, east of the Hudson River.
I haven't run into one lately.
On this program, it's common, Mr. Kieran. Yes, the red-headed woodpecker. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3 with Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams. Good old English Sparrow Adams coming through nobly. How about this one from Mrs. Fred H. Chaffin of Upper Darby, Pennsylvania? Can you name a character in a play who fell in love with a weaver? Character who fell in love with a weaver? Oh, Mr. Kieran?
Titania in Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yes.
Bottom the Weaver.
Bottom the weaver. How was he dressed at the time?
He was wearing a donkey's head over his own.
That's correct.
Very appropriately.
Finally showed his true face. And how about a character who fell in love with a sewer man? That's a tough one. Mr.
No,
Levant.
Seventh Heaven.
That's right.
That's easy. I saw it
Oh,
about
that's
5 million
hard.
times.
What were the names of the characters, remember?
There was a little boy in there, they called the Rat, and then Charles Farrell and Janet Gaynor. They were nice people. And then the sister. Remember the mean sister who used to beat her?
No.
You have no education.
No, I didn't see it at all. The name of the character was Dion.
That's right.
Who fell in love with Chico, Austin Strong's play, Seventh Heaven. Now, how about a character in a play who fell in love with an orange vendor? An orange vendor, Mr. Bromfield?
Well, Charles II, it isn't the play, it's a musical comedy, but the Charles II and Nell Gwynn.
Yes.
Charles II and Nell Gwynn, she was an orange vendor, and there's a musical show written by...
There's also a song called And So to Bed, a book called And So to Bed,
About
or a
peace,
play,
yes.
And So to Bed, that Nell Gwynn was in as an orange vendor.
Yes, and was the play called Sweet Nell of Old Drury? In which...
I think so.
Yes, that was it. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3. Now, how about this from Mr. P. Kramer of Brooklyn, New York? What are these places that have appeared in the news recently? They sound somewhat alike, but they're spelt a little differently. The first is Buna, B-U-N-A. Now, take it easy, gentlemen. This is not going to be so easy. Mr. Kieran.
Buna is the Jap stronghold toward which the MacArthur forces are approaching, I hope,
You
on
bet.
New Guinea. It's on the northern coast.
Yes. Is it in Papua?
Well, that's
Part of New Guinea. That's right. Now, that's exactly right. Buna also is a name for a kind of synthetic rubber, isn't it?
Yeah, the Germans use it.
Germans use it.
Germans use it.
Right. Now, here's another name, a little like Buna, but it's spelled B-O-N-E, which is pronounced bone, I guess, Mr. Bromfield?
Well, Bone is a port, a very small port on the North African coast, the Mediterranean.
Yes. In whose hands is it now, Mr. Bromfield?
American hand, I should
It is in our hands, on the northeast coast of Algeria. That's right. Now, the next is Buin, B-U-I-N. Mr. Levant.
That's in the Solomons.
That's right.
Above Guadalcanal, north of it.
In whose hands is Buin now?
I'm afraid the Japanese.
So far, still in the hands of the Japanese on Bougainville, one of the Solomon Islands. Well, gentlemen, we did very well on that. And now, before we go on to the next question, here's Mr. Cross and Mr. Rysdale.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you step up to a cigarette counter, you have your choice of many different qualities of tobacco. In a very real sense, you're a tobacco buyer, and your enjoyment depends on selecting the finer, milder tobacco. Surely, then, it's worth your while to take a tip from the independent experts who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling the leaf. Sworn records show that with these experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Smokers, to put it in a nutshell, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. And soon throughout the country you will meet that same fine Lucky Strike tobacco in Lucky's smart new uniform.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And Mr. Rysdale, that took 60 seconds.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
And now a question from Conrad Fiorillo of New York. Now, gentlemen, suppose you had 3 rods. One was of copper, one was of glass, and one was of aluminum. And suppose you held them over a flame. Which would you be forced to drop first, second, and last? Obviously, it's a question of which conducts heat most quickly. Mr. Kieran?
I would say copper first, aluminum second, and glass last.
And you would be absolutely right, Mr. Kieran, if you did. Now, I have a question from Mrs. Bernice Wade of Kelowna, British Columbia. Can you name 2 works of literature by different authors in which there's a character named March?
Yeah.
Mr. Levant.
Green Hat.
And how about the other?
Frederick March.
He's not a work of literature.
I don't have time right now.
How about another one? Mr. Bromfield?
It's a book of George Eliot, and I can't think of the name of it.
Middlemarch.
Pardon?
No, it is a book of
Middlemarch?
George Eliot.
No, I should think it would be any of the March girls and Little Women. How about a character named Valentine appears in what works?
The police commissioner, Louis Valentine.
He's not a work of literature.
You mean Valentine?
Valentine, Mr. Kieran.
2 Japan of Verona.
Yes. And another one, Mr. Bromfield?
Faust.
Well, I'm afraid Faust is right. That's all we'll have time for, I guess.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Thank you, Mr. Bromfield, for helping along with the fun this evening. Now, in a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 1 $50 war bond. And speaking of bonds, may I address 60 words or so to our women listeners? From now on to the new year, you'll be hearing about the special drive on payroll savings. The idea is to get 30 million workers to invest 10% of their incomes in war bonds. And this can only be done if you women, who do a lot of the buying and the budgeting, help. That 10% is your hope chest for the future. It's an investment in your home and in your family. The home and the family the Germans have sworn to destroy. Now, next week, Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams will occupy their usual seats. And our guest will be there'll be two guests, very distinguished people who ought to have something in common. One is the Director of the Office of Price Administration, Mr. Leon Henderson. And as you know, Mr. Henderson worries a great deal about the nation's food. Oh, so does our second guest, Mrs. Wilma Lord Perkins, because Mrs. Perkins is the present editor of one of the most famous books in the world, the Fanny Farmer Cookbook. Remember to send your letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Scene for News of the World Today, and a column about faces and places in the news, brought to you by Roma, America's largest selling wines, the 2-to-1 favorite in California. Now here is Mel Venter with the cover picture.
Almost every week since the war began, there have been thrilling tales of rescue at sea from sunken ships or disabled planes. Many survivors of wrecked planes or torpedoed ships owe their lives to rubber life rafts, perfected in recent years by the Navy. This week, an important aspect of the fighting in Africa is the use by American forces of paratroops. In tonight's column about faces and places in the news, there will be more about paratroops as well as a story of survival at sea.
Now, here is Parker Gaiman with tonight's front page in the news.
In North Africa, on orders of their commanding officer, General Berry, French troops in Tunisia at dawn today opened a general attack on German and Italian occupying forces in support of Allied advance columns sweeping into the Protectorate from the west. General Berry was handed an ultimatum by the German commander ordering the French either to withdraw from Tunisia or join the Axis in the fast-gathering battle against Lieutenant General Anderson's British First Army. Spurning the German threat that he would be attacked if he failed to comply, General Berry ordered his provincial forces to attack first. Allied advance troops were clashing tonight with Axis North African forces along an ever-narrowing strip of the Mediterranean coast in a triple squeeze designed to bring the enemy to bay and smash him. The first German report of contact between ground forces in the battle for Tunisia said advance elements had met along the Tunisian coast, just beyond the Algerian border. No major fighting, however, has developed thus far, the Germans said. In Libya, the British Eighth Army was harrying the rear guards of Marshal Erwin Rommel below Benghazi. Vichy. In a radio address to the French nation and empire, Marshal Pétain called on French officers in North Africa tonight to resist the Anglo-Saxon aggression. Washington. The great American sea victory in the Solomons assumed even more epic proportions today when the Navy announced that a Japanese battleship or heavy cruiser, 3 large cruisers, and a destroyer were sunk, and 3 other enemy warships, including a battleship, damaged in a single engagement last Saturday night.
In just a moment, Mel Venter's feature column, Faces and Places in the News. But first, a message from the Roma Wine Company.
If you are having dessert problems at your house and will take the advice of a mere man, here's what we consider the most classic dessert of all. Serve a good mellow cheese and a good hearty sweet wine. Wine like Roma La Boheme, full of the deep natural goodness of California sun-ripened grapes. Wine that you can trust because it comes from the great Roma wine cellars, long famous for their quality products. And whether you choose Roma La Boheme in a table wine, a dessert wine, or an appetizer, you can depend on this. You are getting the most for your money. Roma is the largest selling wine in America today. Popular because it gives Americans what they want. Fine, rich flavor, guaranteed quality, and welcome economy. In other words, it pays to buy wine by name when you make sure the name is Roma. Try Roma La Boheme wine for dinner tomorrow. Remember, it's a man's idea of something really good.
In this war, there has been considerable use of paratroops by both the Germans and the Russians. Until recently, this type of attack has played little part in United Nations tactics. But this week, reports from North Africa indicate that American paratroops are going into action in a big way. Mel Venter tells us now about the paratroops.
Many years ago, military men conceived the idea of carrying armies to scenes of battle and dropping them by parachute. But it was only an idea until Nazi Germany began training such a force 7 years ago. 5 years later, the United States Army, originator of the idea, began mass training of paratroopers to match the challenge of Axis skyborne infantry. Dusty plans pulled out of the War Department archives provided the groundwork for the training of the United States parachute troops. The men selected for this branch of service must be superior mental and physical specimens, not over 30 years of age to serve the rank, not more than 35 to serve as junior officers, and not more than 40 to command battalions. They must not be less than 5 feet 6 inches, nor more than 6 feet 2 inches in height, not less than 150 pounds, nor more than 185 pounds in weight. And their reflexes must be rapid and their minds quick and keen. The American paratroop candidate spends his first 6 weeks of training in a rigid course of calisthenics, experimenting with nasty spills until he can take them without hurting himself. He must spend long hours over a table, learning to properly fold and pack a parachute, and for a change, spend more hours dangling like a sack of sawdust from a harness suspended from a gymnasium roof, learning to control his lines. After the initial 6 weeks, in which he grasps the fundamentals, he trains for another 16 weeks in the use of hand grenades, machine guns, pistol fighting, effective demolition, sabotage and destruction, and how to cut telephone lines and break up railroads. His first jump test is only 15 feet from a platform, and he goes through all the motions he would if launched from a plane. He must count 3 after leaving the platform and switch his ripcord from one hand to the other. His parachute doesn't open, but he is pulled up by a shock-absorbing device, and his trainer has a chance to see if he can sink in a jump. Next comes a real parachute jump from a 150-foot platform. Then come plane jumps under simulated battle conditions. This time there is no ripcord to pull. Instead, a line from his chute is fastened to the plane. As his body drops clear of the plane, he feels the line pull taut and jerk the cover from his parachute, and the slipstream from the plane helps blow the billowing silk quickly into a great, smooth umbrella. This is the real thing, even to the special helmet and uniform he wears, green, so that he may easily hide in the forest below. He lands in an easy tumble and is on his feet in a flash, removing his harness and gathering up the chute for repacking, and in a few minutes disappears into the woods. He watches the sky for others of his troop and for the machine guns and heavy weapons that will be dropped from the plane with chutes. When all the equipment has been landed and distributed among the force, they set off on maneuvers, hiding in the woods, sloshing through swamps, and subsisting during the maneuvers on what is called Rations D, a combination of chocolate, sugar, milk powder, cocoa butter, oat flour, and vanilla. These are United States paratroopers, picked from the hardiest of a hardy nation, stout of heart and quick of mind. Yes, these are the American paratroopers, the Army trained and launched within 2 years to challenge Nazi skyborne forces trained in 7. And in Tunisia today, where U.S. paratroopers made their first mass assaults, the enemy is buckling under the impact. Already from this war have come scores of true stories telling of the courage of men against the sea. Survivors of planes and ships have battled the sea until finally rescued. Many owe their lives to rubber rafts and the emergency supplies with which they are stocked. Concentrated foods, water, medical supplies, and signaling devices. Such men as Eddie Rickenbacker and his crew are alive today because of them. But it wasn't always thus. Commander Rogers and his crew of 4 in August 1925 made the first naval attempt to fly over the Pacific in the Navy seaplane PN-4 No. 1. The flight started at Mare Island, and thousands watched the takeoff. For the first few hours, all went well. As the plane passed the 1,000-mile mark, every detail was working out to perfection. But suddenly came a terrific headwind that seriously hampered progress. The men flew higher in a vain attempt to avoid the whipping wind, but found it only worse. They veered south and then north, But there seemed to be no way of escape as the gasoline gauge slowly dropped toward the zero mark. 200 miles away from the island of Molokai, the tank went dry, and the plane came down to a dismal landing in the middle of a desert of water. Commander Rogers, with his crew, drifted day after day amid the desolation of the Pacific, every one of them doing a job, standing watch, bailing water, rigging sail, working on the radio, and doing what they could to bolster and cheer each other up. After 6 days afloat, the men became haggard, worn, and parched with thirst. Watching ships steam past them that didn't see them, and hearing wireless messages telling that they must be lost. But still they waited patiently and hoped for the best. On the morning of the 7th day, Commander Rogers tried weakly to distract their wearied thoughts by striking up a casual conversation. Funny thing, he said, I'd almost forgotten to tell you about a package my mother gave me just before we left Mare Island. The men were attentive, as they always were when Commander Rogers spoke. Mothers are like that, aren't they, he continued. Always telling a son to be careful, telling him to watch out for himself, giving him a present or a package or something. Like this one, for example. I haven't any idea what's in it. Well, why not open it up, Commander, asked one of the men. Rogers thought for a moment. Well, come to think of it, he answered, I might as well. My mother asked that I not bother to look at it unless we got into trouble, and for some reason or other, I think we are entitled to have a look now. As every one of the crew watched with intense interest, Commander Rogers untied the package, took off the wrapping, and then with a shout of uncontrollable joy held up the contents. Every man let out a cheer as each made ready to put it to work, for it was, without question, the most welcome gift on the face of the earth that could have come into their hands at that moment. It was a little midget boiler with condenser coils, a still for converting salt water to fresh. Quickly cracking one of the wing supports for some wood, improvising a stove and lighting a fire, they bailed salt water from the Pacific Ocean and poured it into the boiler. Within a half an hour, every one of the crew was quenching his parched throat with the fresh water that they had made from the sea. With renewed vigor, they kept up a vigilant watch, and with renewed hope, they managed to drift their disabled craft toward the direction of passing ships. And then on the 9th day, after floating for 400 miles, a submarine finally found them. It was a harrowing and hazardous experience, but they lived to tell of their adventures, to be honored for their flight, and to reverently salute Mrs. Rogers, the thoughtful mother who remembered what scientists and engineers had forgotten, who gave her son a surprise package that saved the lives of 5 Navy men. But mothers are like that. We will have more news for you in just a moment.
We Americans are realizing more every year how much better meals taste when they're served with wine. And year after year, we buy more Roma wine than any other brand. That proves, doesn't it, that the Roma Wine Company knows American tastes? Well, now more than ever, we have reason to prefer Roma. For Roma has created a wine especially to suit our own distinctive tastes. Exactly right to blend with our own typically American foods. Just taste Aroma de California wine. You'll see what we mean. Choose Aroma de California medium sweet or medium dry, red or white, according to your own personal preference. And remember this, Aroma de California, like all Roma wines, is top value for your money. That's because it's made by America's biggest producer of wines, the Roma Wine Company.
Now here is the news. Moscow. A counterattacking Red Army killed 5,000 Germans in a battle lasting several days outside the northern entrance to the Georgian military highway leading through the Caucasian mountains. The regular midnight war bulletin also told of stalwart Russian fighting at all other key sectors of the long front. 6 German attacks were repulsed in Stalingrad. London. Sweeping across the Alps by bright moonlight, big British bombers smashed at Italy last night for the 5th time this month, bombing from virtually unbroken formations the war production center of Turin. London also announces that the first tank clash in Tunisia between Allied and Axis forces was reported tonight by the Morocco radio, which said 30 German tanks were destroyed. Washington. Assistant Secretary John L. Sullivan said today the Treasury Department plans to collect every possible dime due it under the new wartime tax law, but it doesn't intend to turn into a Shylock in the process. People who fail to plan in advance for their taxes will have to pay eventually, probably on a periodic payment basis. Chairman Donald M. Nelson of the War Production Board announced today he had been given his Vice Chairman, Charles E. Wilson, responsibility for doubling aircraft output within a year to meet new 1943 goals set by President Roosevelt. Salem, Oregon. A poisoner who placed roach powder in a quantity of scrambled eggs was believed tonight to be responsible for the death of 48 inmates of the Oregon State Insane Hospital at Salem.
Now we'll say good evening for your host, the Roma Wine Company, your reporter Parker Gaiman, and your columnist Mel Venter. We'll return tomorrow and every evening, Monday through Friday at 6:15, with news and a column about faces and places in the news.
And remember, to appreciate America's finest wine, don't drink it. Sip it. But before you buy wine, buy war bonds.
This is Don Lee Mutual.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with Mr. Alfred Lunt, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and Henry Hall as our master of ceremonies.
This is Henry Hall, ladies and gentlemen, with another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. Several programs ago, I mentioned the fact that very soon, perhaps, someone might write a ballad of Bataan, a ballad of those brave men and women who made their last stand at Corregidor, the immortal battalions of Bataan. Ladies and gentlemen, that poem has been written by one of America's finest young poets, and your Treasury Department has invited one of America's ablest actors to interpret it. It is my rare privilege to present Mr. Alfred Lunt in Norman Roston's Ballad of Bataan.
History is a branding iron. Burn this day deeply into our memory. Teach us with your fire. Strike with your iron so that we may never forget. Burn into our minds and hearts the names and deeds of our men and women of Bataan. This is a day we will always remember. This is the day they came out of the east like poisoned arrows and struck. Starting this day, we sing of a new spirit of new heroisms made by our men and women in battle. Across the dangerous seas, we shout, hello. Over the great curve of the earth, we send greetings.
To you, Douglas MacArthur, tall and calm with the confidence of cannon. And you, Jonathan Wainwright, warrior who stood like a rock in Manila Bay. To you, soldiers, living and dead, Americans all who held out on that island, who fought on the beaches and the stone hills until you were blown out of the sea. Here is your poem.
Traveling high and blue over the Pacific, bomb racks fully loaded, business strictly confidential, no advance notice, so sorry. And a beautiful morning, too, Sunday, the day for rest, for sleepers, for prayer. There are smiling diplomats in Washington, the dagger behind the smile, the knife hidden in the sleeve, to strike. That's how it sounded by air. But they moved on the ground as swiftly. No sound effects for that. The reptile moving through his jungle makes no noise, and they were as reptiles moving through the Philippine underbrush with cotton pads around their bodies. Others painted green, hidden in the trees with their green telescopic rifles. And others, the smiling tourist type and the innocent fishermen on their island schooled for this treachery, now strike. The command comes through, attack Bataan force, take Corregidor in a week. Bataan, Corregidor. Admiral Toho, those are the names, will break your knuckles. Oh, great Mikado, you'll learn to bleed on those names. Hirohito, wipe that smile from your face, because it won't be a weekend job for your boys. What were the orders boomed from Tokyo? Wipe out American garrison, take Corregidor in a week? How long ago was that? What happened, Tokyo, old boy? Did you say Corregidor? Tell it to General Douglas MacArthur. Tell it to Jonathan Wainwright. Tell it to the Marines. Yes, and tell it to the Navy Detachment Cavite Bay who manned their guns with decks underwater. Tell it to the 31st Infantry, the boys from California and Tank Corps from Illinois, and guardsmen from New Mexico and points north and east. You scared them all right, yes, sir. You had them running for cover. Straight from the foxholes of Bataan, meet the welcoming committee. The population greets you with flowers. Step right this way and get yours. And did you tell it to Captain Wermuth, the one-man army with his Tommy gun? He's scared, too. Listen, I'd like to get 100 at a time, easier than shooting clay pigeons on a string. I met one of them midgets in the dark and left a grenade in his hand, and where do you suppose he is now? Or maybe you'd better tell it to that honorable Jap commander who couldn't live in a world full of American courage and fell on his sword like a madman. Yes, and tell it to those 10,000 Yanks and 27,000 Filipino scouts. Brown and white they stand together under the blazing sun and the hot winds, and the sun burns them all one color. And their blood is of the same color. And as long as there's enough ground and guns, they'll fight like no other army in the world. And they did. They were rookies, most of them. This was their first war. They crouched at the noise at first, and they handled their guns like farmers, but they caught on fast. They knew the land and their footing. They fought stripped to the waist and grinning. This was their corner of the USA. This was Massachusetts and Minnesota. They fought along the Main Street jungles, house by house, door by door. At first, it was easy. There was food and water and fruit. There was plenty of quinine. There was room for retreat and a plan. Slowly, backward into Bataan, into the jungles and hills of Bataan. Hills at their back, then the sea, the bristling final harbor, Corregidor, the heart of this great body, calmly beating. Weeks rolled with a hot blue sky into months, and the dry wind came in from the sea at noon like a blowtorch. And they fought 1,000 noons. They fought for every yard of ground, wisely, shrewdly, without fear, outnumbered 10 to 1. They slugged it out in a slow, bitter retreat and hold, leaving the dead where they fell, striking out, stabbing into the night, riding out to meet the Jap tanks with the head-hunting Igorots tied to the turrets to guide them. And above, heroic and alone, the last 4 P-40 fighter planes riding out with their grinning pilots, their patched wings and tired motors, riding out to give 'em hell. That's fine, baby. Breathe deeply. Let's have all the horsepower you've got. There's a Jap cruiser underneath your wings, and we're going down to say hello. And there were others, all brave, army doctors who worked for the ground rocking, Dr. Adamo and Dr. Schwartz and others, and the women nurses who fought alongside the men without food or sleep. Yes, even with malaria and the quinine gone. Quinine, precious food of the jungle, gone. Malaria striking with its silent terror. They rammed the short finger of Bataan at point-blank range day and night. They pounded the sky like a drum, hour after hour, day after day. They controlled the sky and the sea, filtered through the lines like locusts. They kept on coming. They took their time. They had plenty of time. And corpses. This was only an island, a target, and there was no road back for our men. Home was the ground beneath them. Their life was the length of the island. And there still was some time left. Time to think of Mary and Pop and the green lawn ready for mowing and lakes in the summertime and love and how the Brooklyn Dodgers were hitting. Time to sing a little. I don't want to set the world on fire. Just one little flame in Tokyo will do. You listening at home, safe in your chair, surrounded by your safety, who do not feel the bullets strike or the sun's whip on your back. How can you know these weeks of battle? How can you feel the bayonet turn in the wound or gangrene eating the bone away? What image describes the grenade exploding in a foxhole to the loneliness of an evening? How do we tell the anguish of thirst? How is the leaking blood weighed and described? And at night, even then peace was absent. The sniper's bullets were everywhere, smokeless and sudden. Artillery made sleep impossible. Hunger stood like a shadow beside each man, dimming their eyes, and the rifles faltered. The hand began to lose its power. Water and fruit were gone. Malaria hung like a weight on their eyelids. They began to slaughter the horses. The body is only flesh and blood. Though the spirit is a steel spine, the body can be broken. Hunger and thirst and fever can bring even a giant down. The enemy broke through, pushing them back to the water, and still they fought along the wild strip of beach, fighting till the waves went over them. Those who had the strength, men and nurses, tried to swim the 3-mile bay to Corregidor, tried to fight the shark-infested waters under the roaming eye of planes. Oh, you flying assassins in your armored sky, look away this time. Don't see them. Did anyone say mercy? Does the new order deal in sentiment? Did the swimmers expect any mercy, even in the cool, wonderful water? Does anyone ask mercy from murderers? There's the kind of mercy, the pure-blooded Aryan kind.
They tried to take Corregidor by sea, but the sea was another wall. They tried to take it by air, but the sky held. They took it by the back door of hunger and thirst, the back door of disease. They took it only after the men were stunned by bombardment. 10 days and 10 nights until the island seemed to crack in half, with the ground smashed beneath them, and the sun darkened by planes.
Our fathers of the living past, these are your sons. Remember them with Bunker Hill and Valley Forge. Tom Paine, Jefferson, Lincoln, your words live again. Your words are poems shining on our bayonets, and our bayonets are fixed. Our first heroes, sleep. Sleep where you fell, in the warm waters of Subic Bay or on the sands of Lugayan Beach, in the gum tree forests of Bataan, in the tall grass or on the hard road. Whether painfully or swiftly taken, you left a message taller than yourself. You have destroyed the lie that free men die easily in our time. Soldier, can you hear the sound of men marching? We are coming back to Bataan. We are marching over land and water to strike with our continent of power and smash them to earth and clear the earth forever of its hate, its killers, once and for all time and forever. The thunder gathers, the lightning will strike.
History is a branding iron, and the courage and fortitude of the men and women of Bataan will burn in our hearts forever. They are doing their share. Are we doing ours? We must fight, work, and save for victory. $1 of every 10, at least 10% of our income must go into the war chest of our country, invested in United States war bonds. This is not an appeal, not an oratorical urge, but a statement of every American's duty. Meet it at least as cheerfully and promptly as our men and women in the field have met their duty. We're going to smash the enemy with everything we have. Every one of us must do our share now. Remember, 10% of all your income, all of it, from every source. Put $1 out of every 10 you get in United States war bonds. When you buy war bonds and stamps, you are investing in the future security of America. This is your country, Keep it yours. The Treasury Department wishes to thank Alfred Luntz and this station for the use of its facilities. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the United States Treasury and suggesting you check the radio columns of your local newspaper and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
United States, for the Armed Forces of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents a delayed broadcast of one of America's most popular radio programs, Your Hit Parade.
And your hit parade gets underway tonight with the ballad the survey says wins 5th position. Barry Wood and the Hit Paraders come in for your number 5 song, Dearly Beloved.
Beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes to you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, dearly beloved, be mine. Come shower or shine, so I say, dearly beloved, be mine. Dearly beloved, be mine.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. And that was your singing star, Barry Wood, starting things with the song that captured the number 5 mark, Dearly Beloved. That leaves 9 more of your current favorites to be sung and played by Barry Wood, Joan Edwards, the Hit Paraders, and Mark Wano and the Lucky Strike Orchestra. And for those 3 Lucky Strike extras for the men of our armed forces, we have lovely Ethel Smith. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. But now, it's on with your hit parade and the number 4 tune throughout the nation. Here it is with Joan Edwards to sing the lyrics. The 4th place winner, When the Lights Go On Again.
When the lights go on again
Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Number 9. A beautiful song returns to your hit parade after 1 week's absence. The hit paraders stand by for a chorus of the ballad you've chosen for 9th position, Daybreak. To your hit parade for the number 6 song. Joan Edwards greets the new rhythm tune that's been sweeping the country and starts its hit parade career tonight in 6th position. Mr. 5 by
No more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5 by 5 got his teeth and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real head fat. He'd be Mr. 5 by 5. That man can really jump it for a fat man. whether he's coming on or going, Mr. 555, slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side, Mr. 555.
That haunting tune that continues a successful hit parade career by coming in at number 7 this week. The survey listed in that lucky 7th spot, and the hit paraders join forces to sing it. Serenade in Blue. And tonight your choice places the number 8 ribbon on this grand tune. Barry Wood sings My Devotion.
the ocean, and like a star shining from afar, remain forever the same. My devotion is not just a sudden emotion. It will be constantly burning, and your love will kindle the flame. What a sweet beginning to those dreams that are planned. All I own is yours alone. Your wish is my command. And this sensation was never a mere fascination. Here in my heart one sweet day it started. Then with time it grew. My devotion to you.
The fanfare for the big three winners. The tunes that you placed at the very top of the survey ranks this week. And the big news is the song that's number 3, bouncing from 8th place to 3rd from the top in one short week. The hit paraders do the honors for the tune that's 3rd in America tonight, Manhattan Serenade. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. And here's number 2, the song a lad in uniform wrote. Your old Professor K. Kaiser introduced, and an entire nation adopted. Yes, it's Private Frank Lester's great song, sung by Barry Wood and the Hit Paraders. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition.
went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look. Man, the gun himself as he laid aside the book, shouting, praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord and swing into position. Can't afford to sit around a wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea. Yes, the sky pilot said it. You gotta give him credit for the son of a gun that was he. Shouting, praise the Lord, we're on the mighty mission. All aboard, we're not going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Can't afford to sit around the wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between prediction and the deep blue sea. Yes, the sky pilot said it. You got to give him credit for a son of a gun was he. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not going fishing. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, we're on the mighty mission. All aboard, we're not going fishing. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition, and we'll all be free.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. And here's this week's King of them all. Wherever America sings or dances, the survey is at work, and it reports that the tune that you and you and you like best of all is White Christmas. And here's Joan Edwards to sing it.
Of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
You just heard a delayed broadcast presented for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance presented this week and every week till it's over there. Greetings to Johnny Doughboy and to Uncle Sam's Fighting Navy. Howdy to you Marines and Coast Guardsmen, and good sailing to all hands in the Merchant Marine. Our best to you civilian workers and to our women in uniform, and to our millions of listeners in scores of United Nations on the offensive. It's command performance time all over the earth, and tonight, in answer to many thousands of your letters, your #1 show presents the royalty of American music, saluting you men in the royal blue and khaki of Uncle Sam. We're in New York City, where that special girlfriend of yours holds forth. That girl out there in the harbor who carries the torch for you. And fellows, here's what those letters of yours have done tonight. On a stage a bit smaller than the state of Texas are nearly 100 musicians of the NBC Symphony Orchestra. And over the horizon, I see the famous violinist and thousands of you have asked for, Misha Elman, and your great American soprano, Dorothy Maynor. So to you men who give your best to the Stars and Stripes and who have requested the best in music, we dedicate this special edition of Command Performance. And here is your Commander-in-Chief of Command Performance tonight, the world-renowned conductor, Leopold Stokowski.
We of the NBC Orchestra are proud and happy to play for the armed forces of the United States wherever they may be. In India, China, Australia, Solomons, Ireland, England, Egypt, North Africa, on the high seas, over the whole world. We in the United States share a great blessing, the privilege of freedom. And we hope someday we shall share that with every country and everyone over the whole world. First, we play Hungarian Rhapsody of Liszt, which really is gypsy music, the melodies and the rhythms of the gypsies. The next on the command performance is The Last Rose of Summer, sung by one of America's greatest singers. In my opinion, one of the greatest singers in the whole world, Dorothy Maynard.
Tis
Fritz Menor will sing Devotion of Richard Strauss. The next is a violin solo by one of the world's greatest violinists, born in Russia but now with us, an American, playing aria of Bach. finish command program with Guaracho by the American composer Morton Gould in the idiom of our friends and neighbors of the Latin American republics.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the personal requests of you fighting men of Uncle Sam's armed forces throughout the world. Command Performance is presented each week by the War Department of the United States and is broadcast to the world by all U.S. shortwave stations and networks in the United Nations. Confidentially, men, we've read thousands of those letters you send to this #1 show of yours. And we know that you'd like us to step in about here and say thanks to Leopold Stokowski, Misha Elman, Dorothy Maynor, and to each member of the huge NBC Symphony. We'll do that if you guys over there will accept our thanks for the kind of entertainment you're giving the Axis. This is Paul Douglas. This is Paul Douglas speaking for Uncle Sam and reminding Hitler that Nazis may freeze in the Russian winter, but that out of Africa, a heat wave hotter than hell is rolling toward Berlin. So long, men.
Yank, the Army Weekly, presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, right. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your request in and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Well, the wheels are turning and the old jump factory known as G.I. Jive is rocking with the merry stuff. The merchandise is coming off the production line and the first delivery is for Private Frenchy Mestayer somewhere in New Guinea. It's a custom-built job designed by that master craftsman Harry James entitled Backbeat Boogie. Backbeat us, boy. next item with the AAA priority is all wrapped up and ready for Charles Barfield of the 7th Special Construction Battalion, Fleet Post Office, San Francisco. The Andrews sisters make with a strip polka.
There's a burlesque theater where the gang loves to go to see Queenie, the cutie of the burlesque show. And the thrill of the evening is when out Queenie skips and the band plays the polka while she strips. Take it off, cries a voice from the rear. Take it off, soon it's all you can hear. But she's always a lady, even in pantomime, so she stops and always just in time. She's as fresh and wholesome as the flowers in May, and she hopes to retire to the farm someday. But you can't buy a farm until you're up in the chips, so the band plays the polka while she strips. Take it off, all the customers shout. Down in front, while the band beats it out. But she's always a lady, even in pantomime, so she stops and always just in time. Queenie, queen of them all. Queenie, someday you'll fall. Someday church bells will chime in strip polka time. Oh, she hates corny waltzes and she hates the gavotte. And there's one big advantage if the music is hot. It's the fast-moving exit just in case something rips. So the band plays the polka while she strips. Drop around, take it in. It's the best in the West. Take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off. Yeah, like the rest. Take her out when it's over. She's a peach when she's dressed, but she stops. And always just in time. Queenie, 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 queen of them all. Queenie, someday you'll fall out. Someday the church bells, the old church bells will chime in strip polka time.
Oh, brother, now comes the time when we ought to blow the trumpets and give out with the cheers. The Sarge in charge of the musical supply, the fellow who runs around like crazy ferreting out the furious, has done it again. After weeks of deteckative stuff, the Sarge found a record of it and really glommed. Now, what I mean is he located and confiscated a plate of solid called 920 Special, which ought to put Bert Johnson and all the boys of the 920 Air Base Security Squadron right in the groove, because they wrote in for it. It's by none other than Benny Carter. Let's start dedicating, Benny. Now sit tight, everybody, 'cause bless my soul, we're going to hear from that Oriole. Helen Forrest is the one, and she's going to vocal up to the words of Shady Ladybird. Corporal Chessie Hare up in hut number 3 in Iceland is the man who put in for this brand of the foot-warming stuff. It's a pleasure, Corp.
I'm gonna be a shady ladybird. I've got an awful lot to learn. But if you tell me that my heart's on fire, I'm gonna let it burn. I'm gonna be a shocking mockingbird. I'm gonna mingle with a bell. I'm gonna try to find my heart's desire. I'm gonna rob the nest. Just like little Miss Muffet eating away in church. When I act a bit tough, it frightens away the bird. I'm gonna be a slumming hummingbird. I'm gonna pass along the word. I'm gonna have my fun and never tire. And if the technique seems absurd, oh, that's because I've never been a shady little ladybird.
That was the Shady Ladybird, and the combo was Helen Forrest and Harry James. Comes now the time when we have to say so long, but we'll be around your way again soon, right on schedule. Remember, fellas, G.I. Jive is your show, and you call the shots. If there's anything you want to hear, just write. Just G.I. Jive, Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
At Ease. At ease and listen to the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra with your request soloist, Martha Mears. Here's a quarter hour of the music you'll always remember, America's folk songs of tomorrow. The music will be continuous with no interruptions for announcements of any kind. Instead, we'll give you the titles at the end of the program. So, at ease and listen.
What a fool to to dream of you. 'Twasn't part of my scheme to sigh and tell you that I love you. But I'm saying it, I'm playing it down. Can't get out of this mood. Heartbreak, here I come. Her heart was warm and gay. I heard the laughter of her heart in every street cafe. The last time I saw Paris, her trees were dressed for spring, and lovers walked beneath those trees, and birds found songs to sing. I dodged the same old taxi cabs that I had dodged for years. The chorus of their squeaky horns was music to my ears. The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they change her, I remember her that way. I remember her that way.
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you I'll Always Be in Love with You, By the Light of the Silvery Moon, How High the Moon, Can't Get Out of This Mood, California Here I Come, Mean to Me, Las Chapanicas, Last Time I Saw Paris, Without a Song, and My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson, your featured soloist, Martha Mears, on the electric guitar, Les Paul. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.